Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. It started with a simple sound. Something so small, so faint, you'd dismiss it as nothing, like the groan of an old house settling into the night. But for Alicia, it wasn't nothing. She heard it clear as day. A whisper. Her heart hammered in her chest as she sat frozen on the edge of her bed, her fingers gripping the blanket so tightly her knuckles were white. She couldn't remember exactly when she had first noticed it, but it had been a while. A few weeks, maybe. It came at night, just as the world outside the house went quiet, and the house itself seemed to settle into a deep, uncomfortable silence. Then it would come, the whisper. It wasn't a voice she recognized. Not even a human voice, really. Just a murmur too soft to understand, but distinct enough to send a chill creeping down her spine. Always from beneath the floor. Always from the same place. Somewhere underneath the floorboards of the old house. Alicia tried to ignore it at first, reasoning with herself that it was just the sound of the house. An old house filled with years of creaks and groans. But deep down, something inside her told her it wasn't just the house. It was something else. Something far darker. And tonight, it was louder than it had ever been. The sound echoed through the room, growing steadily louder until it was unmistakable. It was no longer just a whisper. No. It had become something more. Something almost like a voice, soft yet unmistakable, calling to her. Alicia's breath hitched as she swung her legs over the side of the bed, her feet meeting the cold wooden floor. The house seemed to shift around her, as though it was aware of her every movement. The whispering grew louder, the words almost coherent now. Come closer. Alicia's blood ran cold. There it was again, unmistakable. It was inviting her. No, begging her. But she couldn't. She wasn't going to fall for this. She wasn't some fool who'd be tempted by whatever this thing was. The floorboards beneath her creaked as she stood up, her legs trembling, fighting the urge to bolt out of the room and never come back. But something kept her rooted in place. The whisper. It tugged at her like a thread she couldn't break. Her gaze darted to the corner of the room, where the old wooden floorboards lay. The sound was coming from beneath them. Something was there. It couldn't be real. It wasn't possible. She had to be imagining things. But no matter how hard she tried to convince herself it wasn't real, the chill in her bones told her otherwise. The whispers grew louder, more urgent now, the words somehow clearer. Come closer. Let me in. Alicia felt her heart pounding in her chest, her breath quickening. Something was wrong. She knew it. But what? What was it that was trying to reach her? The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Without thinking, her body moved, her legs carrying her to the corner of the room, to the spot where the whisper was coming from. The air around her grew cold, a biting chill that made her skin crawl. Her eyes locked onto the floorboards, the same old wood that had been there since the house was built, untouched for years. Alicia's fingers trembled as she knelt down, pressing her ear to the floor, trying to make sense of the sounds that were now unmistakably words. You know you're not alone. The whisper stopped. Dead silence. A long, unbearable silence. And then, with a sudden, violent crash, the floorboard beneath Alicia's ear splintered open, sending a wave of dust and dirt into the air. Her breath hitched as she scrambled back, her hands shaking, her mind racing. From the hole in the floor, something dark and thick oozed out, sliding like a liquid shadow across the wood. It pulled in front of her, and Alicia's stomach turned. It was a hand. The fingers were long, unnaturally long, and they twitched and curled in the air like they were searching for something. Something to grab. Alicia recoiled. But the hand didn't stop moving. It kept crawling forward, toward her. She was paralyzed, unable to move, as the hand slid closer. The whispers filled her ears again, louder than before. "I told you, Alicia. You're not alone. Not anymore." The hand shot forward with a speed that took Alicia's breath away. She barely had time to react before it was on her, grabbing her by the wrist with a grip so cold, so strong. It was as if it was draining the life from her. She screamed, yanking her arm back with every ounce of strength she had. But the hand held on tight. Her pulse hammered in her ears as she struggled, her heart racing, her panic rising. The shadows seemed to grow, stretching across the room like they were alive, hungry. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the hand released her. It retreated back into the hole in the floor with a sickening sound, like something pulling itself back into the dark. Alicia collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. Her heart pounded against her chest, her mind reeling. What had just happened? What was that thing? What did it want? She looked down at her wrist, where the hand had gripped her. Her skin was pale, a faint bruise already beginning to form around her arm. But there was something else. Something darker. A strange symbol, almost like a burn, was etched into her skin. It was the symbol of a circle, with lines twisting around it in intricate patterns, like something from a forgotten language. A language Alicia didn't recognize. Her mind was spinning. She didn't know what to make of this. The house was old, sure, but this wasn't something that could be explained away by creaks and groans. This was something else entirely. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized one terrifying truth. This wasn't the first time this had happened. This was the third time this week, and she was running out of time. As the hours passed, Alicia couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. Something far worse than she could imagine. She had to leave. She had to get out before it was too late. But every time she tried, the whispers grew louder. The shadows grew darker. She couldn't escape. There was only one thing left to do. She had to face it. And she didn't know if she was strong enough. Alicia didn't sleep. She couldn't. Every time she closed her eyes, the images returned. The hand. The whisper. The dark liquid that poured from the floorboards like something alive, something waiting for her. It was as if the house itself was alive, breathing in the silence, watching her every move. The air in her room felt thick, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in on her, as if the house itself was trying to swallow her whole. The whispering never stopped. It pulsed through the room, curling around her, sinking into her mind like a parasite. "Come closer." The words had changed. It was no longer a request. It was an order. A command. The clock on her nightstand ticked loudly, its rhythm almost mocking her. Alicia sat on her bed, hugging her knees to her chest, staring at the cracks in the walls. The house groaned again. She felt it in her bones. The walls were moving. And she was trapped inside. She had to leave. That was the only rational thought left in her head. The house was alive, and whatever it wasn't going to let her go. But she couldn't leave. She couldn't run. Not when it was waiting for her. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as though it was reaching into her thoughts, pulling at her mind. "Come closer." Alicia shivered. She had heard this before, but it didn't matter. No matter how many times she heard it, it never felt normal. The very sound of it turned her insides to ice. Her mind raced. Should she call someone? A friend? Her parents? Maybe they could help her. But deep down, she knew it was too late for that. No one would understand. She wasn't even sure if anyone else could hear the whispers. Alicia stood up, her legs weak, trembling. Her gaze flicked toward the floor where the hand had emerged from earlier. The floorboards were still cracked, still broken. The space beneath it was dark, like the shadows themselves were waiting, shifting, breathing. There was no escape. Not yet. Her fingers brushed against the splintered edge of the broken floorboard, and the air grew colder. It bit at her skin like ice. The shadows seemed to stretch as if they were moving toward her, reaching out to pull her back down. Alicia's breath caught in her throat, her fingers trembling as she gripped the edge of the floorboard. The whispers swirled around her head, louder now, sharper, more desperate. "Come closer." Alicia swallowed, her heart racing in her chest. She needed to get out of this house. But how? Where could she go? The door, the windows, they were all locked, sealed. The house had a way of trapping you, of holding you within its walls. Her eyes darted across the room, landing on the small, dusty door in the far corner. It led to the attic. The attic. Alicia had always avoided the attic. She didn't like the idea of going up there. The stories about the old house were enough to keep her away from it. People said that the attic was where the worst things happened. But where the house's secrets were hidden. But that was just superstition, wasn't it? She'd been told over and over again as a child that the attic was just a room full of old boxes, forgotten junk. But now, standing at the edge of the room with the whispers growing louder by the second, Alicia wasn't so sure. "Come closer." The voice was getting more intense, the words becoming more frantic, desperate. There was something wrong with it. The house wasn't just haunted. No, this wasn't a normal haunting. This was something else, something darker. Alicia couldn't take it anymore. She had to do something. She had to know what was beneath the house, what was waiting for her. Without thinking, she moved toward the door to the attic. Her heart was a drumbeat in her chest. The whispers were still in her ears, relentless, growing louder, like they were circling around her, inside her head. The door to the attic creaked as she opened it. A blast of cold air hit her face. The smell of dust and old wood filled her nose. It was dark up there, the kind of dark that swallowed light whole. Her breath came in shallow bursts as she reached for the light switch. The flicker of the bulb overhead barely illuminated the narrow, dusty staircase that led to the attic, but she had no choice. Alicia took one step, then another, her legs stiff and unsteady as she climbed the stairs. The wood beneath her feet groaned with each step she took, echoing through the silence. The whispers followed her. They grew louder, closer, until it felt as though they were right beside her, just inches away from her ear. "Come closer." She froze halfway up the stairs, her blood turning to ice. Something was wrong. She could feel it. The air in the attic was thick, heavy with a presence she couldn't understand. And then, in the distance, she saw it. A shape. At first, it was just a shadow in the corner of the room. But as Alicia's eyes adjusted to the dim light, she could see it more clearly. A tall, thin figure standing in the farthest corner of the attic, facing the wall. Its back was turned to her, but Alicia could feel its eyes on her. The figure didn't move. It was as though it was waiting. "Come closer." Alicia couldn't breathe. Her hands were slick with sweat as she gripped the railing, her knuckles white. She couldn't look away from the figure. It wasn't human. No, it wasn't even alive. It was something else. Something older. Something that had been here long before Alicia was born. Alicia took a step back, her heart hammering in her chest. She knew she shouldn't be here. She knew she should run. But her feet wouldn't move. The whispers had taken root in her mind. She couldn't escape them. They were part of her now. The figure shifted. Slowly, like it was moving in slow motion. It turned to face her. The movement was unnatural, jerky, as though it wasn't used to being in this world. Its face was dark, a hollow mask of shadow and decay. No eyes, no mouth. Just an empty, hollow void. And then it spoke. "You're not alone, Alicia." The words were heavy, deep, as though they came from somewhere far beyond the walls of the house. Alicia stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat, her legs giving way beneath her. She fell to the ground with a crash, her hands scraping against the wooden floor as she struggled to crawl backward. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening as the figure in the corner took a step forward. And then another. Alicia could feel the coldness closing in around her. It wasn't just the temperature. No, it was the presence. The darkness that had been following her since the day she moved into this house. It was here. It was real. And it wasn't going anywhere. Alicia scrambled to her feet. Her eyes locked on the figure, her mind racing. She had to get out. She had to leave before it was too late. But the whispers had already begun to claim her. Come closer. Alicia couldn't remember when the whispers had stopped being merely an eerie background noise. Now, they felt like a constant weight, pressing down on her chest, forcing her to breathe in shallow gasps. The house, the walls, the floors, even the air, had become suffocating. It was as though the house had grown sentient, aware of her every movement, watching her every step. The figure in the attic was still burned into her mind. The way it had turned toward her with that empty, shadowed face, its movements unnaturally slow, deliberate, as if it was savoring her fear. Come closer. Alicia clutched her arms around her body, as if trying to hold herself together. The air in the attic had turned colder, and she could feel it creeping under her skin, chilling her to the bone. She had fallen on the stairs in a heap, but she didn't know how long she had been sitting there. Time felt distorted, stretched, like the walls themselves were closing in on her, inch by inch. She needed to leave. She stood up slowly, her legs shaky, but the voice was calling again, louder now, more urgent. Alicia's eyes darted around the attic, searching for any kind of escape, any kind of answer. The shape was gone. There was nothing left but shadows. But Alicia knew better. It wasn't gone. It was still there, lurking in the dark corners, waiting for her to make a move. Come closer. Alicia's hands shook violently as she ran her fingers across the dusty, cold wall. She could feel the rough texture of the old wood under her touch, but her fingers also brushed against something unexpected, something smooth, cold, a door. Alicia froze. She hadn't noticed it before. Not until now. She had been so fixated on the whispers, the figure, the shadows, that she had missed the small, hidden door embedded into the wall behind a stack of old boxes. It was tiny, nearly invisible in the shadows, but there it was. Her pulse quickened as she hesitated. The door felt wrong, but she couldn't ignore it. The whispers were now a constant, insistent hum in her mind, and the voice, that voice, it had grown more frantic, more demanding. Come closer. Alicia swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her chest. The door seemed to beckon her, calling to her in the silence of the attic. It felt like a promise, but a promise of what? She wasn't sure she wanted to know. But she had to open it. She had to. With trembling hands, Alicia reached for the door. Her fingers fumbled with the handle as she twisted it, the metal cold and slick with sweat. For a moment, she expected it to be locked, or even worse, to resist her touch entirely. But the door opened easily, swinging inward with a soft creak. The air that rushed out from the room beyond was frigid. It smelled old, musty, like long, forgotten things. Alicia felt a shiver of dread crawl up her spine as she stepped through the threshold. She didn't want to go inside. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to turn around and run, but the whispers, those voices, they were louder now, more insistent. Come closer, come inside. Alicia stepped into the dark room, her heart racing. The light from the attic barely reached inside, and the space was suffocating in its darkness. It felt as if the shadows themselves were alive, wrapping around her, crawling over her skin. She could barely make out the shapes in the room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with boxes, old furniture covered in dusty sheets, and strange artifacts she couldn't quite identify. The air was thick with dust, making it difficult to breathe, but there was something else. Something that felt wrong, out of place. Alicia moved deeper into the room. Drawn by an unseen force, her footsteps slow and hesitant. The whispering had stopped for a moment, replaced by an oppressive silence, as though the house was holding its breath. She felt a sudden urge to turn back, to leave the room before it could claim her. But the door had closed behind her, and there was no way out. Not yet. Her eyes fell upon the farthest corner of the room, where a heavy curtain hung, blocking her view of whatever lay behind it. Something about the way it swayed slightly in the stale air made her stomach tighten with dread. Alicia stepped closer, her legs heavy with the weight of fear. She reached for the curtain, her hand trembling as she pulled it aside, and then she saw it, the wall, the door. There, in the center of the room, was another door. It was nothing like the one she had just opened. This door was old, far older, and its surface was covered with strange, deep carvings, symbols she didn't recognize. The wood had darkened with age, warped and cracked as though it had been untouched for centuries. Alicia's breath hitched in her chest. She could feel her heart pounding in her throat, her hands slick with cold sweat. There was something terrible about this door. The way the symbols twisted and danced around the frame. The way they seemed to move in the flickering light. This was the heart of the house, the center of whatever malevolent force had been following her. The whispers returned, louder now, rushing into her ears, filling her mind. Open it. Alicia wanted to scream, to run. But her body moved on its own, as though the door itself was pulling her in. She reached for the handle, her fingers closing around the cold, slick metal. The moment her hand touched it, a pulse of cold shot through her, icy and sharp, sending a jolt of pain through her entire body. Her breath caught in her throat as she twisted the handle. The door creaked open. Inside was a room. A narrow, dimly lit hallway stretched before her, its walls lined with shadows. The space felt suffocating, claustrophobic, as though the house itself was trying to trap her. But Alicia's gaze was fixed on something else. At the far end of the hallway stood a figure, cloaked in darkness. It was just a shadow at first, but as she stepped forward, she could see the outline more clearly. It was tall. Too tall. Its features were hidden by the shadows, but Alicia could feel its eyes on her, even though it didn't have any eyes. There was a presence, an oppressive weight that filled the air, crushing her lungs. The figure was waiting for her. Alicia's blood ran cold, and then it spoke. "You found the door, Alicia. Now you can never leave." The whisper was no longer distant. It was in her mind, inside her skull. The voice, dark echoing, sent a wave of terror through her. She tried to move, to run, but her body refused to obey. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't scream. The door behind her slammed shut, and the shadows began to close in. Alicia stood frozen in the dark hallway, the suffocating weight of terror pressing against her chest like an invisible hand. Her body was stiff, her breath shallow, as though the air itself had become thick, too thick to breathe. The figure before her, cloaked in shadow, loomed at the far end of the narrow passage. Its presence felt suffocating, overwhelming, like it existed in every inch of the darkness surrounding her. "You've found the door, Alicia. Now you can never leave." The words echoed in her mind, reverberating in a way that made her skin crawl. The voice, deep and resonant, had no warmth. It was cold, alien, as though it came from somewhere far beyond the walls of the house, from a place Alicia couldn't even begin to comprehend. She tried to take a step forward, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. The floor beneath her felt uneven, as if the house itself were shifting, warping around her. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to escape, but she couldn't move. It was as though the darkness itself had rooted her in place, keeping her locked in this impossible moment. The figure did not move. It simply stood there, its silhouette a dark blotch against the deeper shadows behind it. But Alicia could feel its eyes on her. Even though it had no face, no discernible features, it was watching her. Waiting. "Come closer." The voice spoke again, its tone softer now, almost coaxing, as if it were inviting her into its grasp. Alicia's heart raced. Her hands trembled at her sides, and she finally managed to take a shaky breath. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't face whatever that thing was. But the hallway stretched endlessly before her, and the way out, the door she had just opened, was already closing behind her. The sound of it slamming shut had been like the final verdict, sealing her fate in this nightmare of a house. Her mind raced, trying to piece together some way out, some escape. But the whispering, the shadows, the figure standing still before her, everything was pushing her forward. Everything felt like it was slowly, deliberately, forcing her toward something she wasn't prepared to face. Alicia swallowed hard. The voice had stopped, but the silence that followed was almost worse. Her eyes refused to leave the figure. She could feel the heat of the fear crawling up her spine, could feel it suffocating her. The longer she stood there, the more oppressive the air became. And then she saw it, the figure's hand, or rather, where its hand should have been. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, the trick of the light and shadows. But the darkness seemed to gather around the figure's limbs, shifting as though it was being woven into existence, like something in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The shadowy outline of the hand seemed to stretch unnaturally, lengthening, reaching toward her. "Come closer," the voice repeated, now harsh, desperate. The whispering grew louder, a chorus of murmurs filling her ears, closing in around her, drowning out everything else. And then, in the span of a breath, the figure moved. It wasn't the slow, deliberate movement Alicia had expected. No, it was fast, unnatural. The figure's arm shot out, its hand a blur of shadow, and before Alicia could react, it was in front of her. Its fingers, long, elongated, impossibly thin, wrapped around her wrist in a grip so cold, so unyielding, that it burned. Alicia gasped, trying to pull away, but the hand held her with an ironclad grip. Her fingers went numb as the cold seeped into her skin, her body jerking in panic as she struggled against its hold. The shadowy form towered over her, looming with an oppressive weight, and she could feel it press into her chest, tightening her lungs, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Don't fight it." The voice was now right next to her ear, its tone low, insidious. "It's too late. You've already opened the door. There is no escape." Alicia's mind screamed for her to break free, to run, to do anything to escape the creature's grasp, but her limbs refused to obey. The more she struggled, the stronger its grip became, until she was left trembling, her body frozen, pinned by the shadows themselves. "Don't you see?" The figure leaned closer, its presence suffocating, its words slipping into her consciousness like poison. "This place has always been yours. The house, the door, the whispers. They've been calling you all along." Alicia could barely breathe. She wanted to scream, to beg for mercy. But the air around her had turned thick, pressing down on her like a weight. Her thoughts were growing hazy. The figure's words were worming their way into her mind, twisting everything she thought she knew. "You were always meant to come here," the voice whispered, so soft and chilling that it made her shiver. "This house was waiting for you. It is a part of you now." She tried to pull her wrist free, her eyes searching for something, anything, that might offer a way out, but there was nothing. The hallway stretched on, endless, suffocating, and the figure, it wasn't just standing anymore. It was slowly drawing closer, its other arm rising to reach out to her. Alicia's heart pounded, her pulse thundering in her ears. She was running out of time. The shadows closed in around her, swirling, reaching. She couldn't let it touch her. She couldn't let it take her. With one final burst of energy, she threw herself backward, pulling with every ounce of strength she had left. The figure's grip faltered for a moment, just long enough for her to stumble back, her feet slipping against the cold, damp floor. The shadows receded slightly, giving her just enough room to move. She didn't wait. Alicia spun on her heel, desperate to run, but as she turned, the hallway seemed to stretch impossibly long. The door behind her was now just a distant speck in the distance. As though the house itself was mocking her, the figure did not chase her. It stood there, watching, waiting, but its presence was like a weight on her chest, pulling her back, urging her toward it. Alicia had to move faster. She had to get out before a loud crash filled the air. The door behind her flew open, and for a moment, Alicia thought she had escaped. She could hear the whispering again, louder now, but distant. She bolted toward the open door, her legs moving as fast as they could carry her, her chest burning with every breath. The figure made no move to stop her, but the shadows seemed to follow, crawling along the floor and up the walls like living tendrils. They slithered after her, undulating, as if they had minds of their own. Alicia made it to the doorway, just as the shadows reached her, enveloping her from all sides. The darkness gripped her body, squeezing the breath from her lungs. And then, just as her fingers touched the edge of the doorframe, everything went black. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Alicia couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. And then, in the suffocating darkness, she heard the voice again, right beside her ear. "Welcome home." And the door slammed shut behind her. Alicia couldn't remember the moment when the darkness had swallowed her whole. One moment she had been running, desperate to escape, and the next, complete blackness. It was like the very air had been sucked out of her lungs, leaving her frozen, paralyzed, unable to move or think. Her mind had gone blank, a void that matched the suffocating nothingness surrounding her. But now she could feel the air again, thick and heavy, pressing against her skin. The silence that hung in the darkness was oppressive, suffocating. She didn't know where she was, but she could feel it. The house, its cold fingers wrapped around her, pulling her in deeper, closer. It was as if the house had become a living entity, hungry, and it wanted her. Alicia's heart pounded in her chest, the rhythm a constant thrum in her ears. She took a shallow breath, but the air felt wrong, damp, as if it were soaked in some ancient, decaying stench. Her throat tightened, and a sudden coldness crawled over her skin, like icy fingers caressing her neck. It was too much. She couldn't breathe. The pressure in her chest was unbearable, as though the walls themselves were pressing in on her from every side. Her body tensed as the whispers began again, faint at first, like a distant murmur, but quickly growing louder, growing clearer. "Come closer." The voice was familiar, colder now, dripping with malice. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as she realized that the voice didn't belong to the figure. No, it was something far worse. The voice belonged to the house itself. The walls shifted. The ground beneath her feet trembled. The house was moving, slowly, creaking and groaning. The ancient structure seemed to be alive, pulling her into its depths. It was as if the house was feeding off her fear, its foundation shifting, its bones cracking and reforming in response to her panic. "Come closer." The whisper was louder now, almost tangible, crawling into her skull, weaving into her thoughts. It was suffocating. The very sound of it felt like it was pressing on her mind, twisting her thoughts, warping her sense of reality. Alicia tried to move, but her body wouldn't obey. Her legs were like lead. Her feet stuck to the floor, her arms heavy and unresponsive. She couldn't escape. The house had her. She was trapped. Her eyes darted around in the thick darkness, desperate to find something, anything, that might offer an escape. But there was nothing. The shadows stretched in every direction, an endless sea of blackness, pressing in from all sides. And then she saw it. A flicker of light in the distance. Just a small glimmer, but it was enough to make her heartbeat quicken with hope. Alicia didn't know where the light was coming from or why it had appeared, but something deep inside her told her that it was her only chance. She forced her legs to move, her feet dragging against the cold, clammy floor as she stumbled toward it. With every step, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, like a chorus of voices all calling her name. Come closer. Alicia's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest tightening as she forced herself to move faster. The light in front of her seemed to pulse, a beacon in the endless dark. It wasn't much, but it was enough. It was a sliver of hope, a chance to escape whatever it was that had claimed her. The closer she got, the more the whispers seemed to crescendo, their voices filling her mind, drowning out all other thoughts. She was close now, so close. She could almost feel the warmth of the light. But then, just as she was about to reach it, something caught her ankle. The floor beneath her gave way, and before she could react, Alicia was falling. The world spun around her, the darkness swallowing her whole. She tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the endless black. She hit the ground hard. The impact stole the air from her lungs, and for a moment, she couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Her body ached from the fall, her limbs heavy and unresponsive. She could feel the cold seeping through her clothes, the dampness of the floor pressing into her skin. The whispers stopped. The silence was so complete, so overwhelming, that it made Alicia's head spin. She could still feel the presence of the house all around her, but now it was different. It was no longer just a presence. It was as if the house had become something more. A consciousness, aware of her, aware of everything. Alicia's heart pounded in her chest as she tried to push herself up, her hands scraping against the cold stone floor. Her fingers brushed against something smooth, slick with what felt like moisture. She recoiled, her skin crawling. Her eyes strained in the darkness, but she could see nothing. No light, no escape. Just the crushing weight of the house surrounding her. And then, from the depths of the silence, a voice. Welcome. Alicia's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't the whispering anymore. No, this was something far worse. This voice was clear, resonating deep inside her skull, as if it were coming from every direction at once. It was deep, rich, the kind of voice that reverberated through her bones, through her very soul. She couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it felt familiar. And then the figure reappeared. But this time, it wasn't in the corner of the room. No, this time it stood right in front of her. It was so close that Alicia could feel the oppressive weight of its presence, pressing in on her chest, filling the air with a suffocating sense of dread. It didn't speak at first. It simply stood there, watching her with those empty, faceless eyes. Alicia couldn't move. She couldn't even breathe. The figure didn't need to move. Its presence was enough to hold her in place. The figure took a step forward, its long, shadowy hand reaching out toward her. Alicia flinched, but the figure's hand didn't touch her. Instead, it hovered in front of her face, the tips of its fingers just inches from her skin. And then the figure spoke again. Everything that has happened here was meant to happen. You were always meant to find the house. It is a part of you, and you are a part of it. Alicia tried to speak, to scream, to beg for mercy, but no sound came. Her mouth was dry, her throat closing up with the weight of the words. The figure moved closer still, its hand grazing the side of her face. The touch was cold, like ice against her skin, but there was something else there. Something that made her skin crawl. It was as if the figure's touch was leaving behind a trail of something not just cold, but something darker. Don't fight it, the figure whispered, its voice like a soft, hypnotic melody. You belong here, just like the house, just like me. The shadows around Alicia seemed to respond to the figure's words. They shifted, grew longer, twisting in on themselves like serpents, crawling up her legs, wrapping around her body, pulling her closer to the figure, to the darkness that waited for her. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as she felt herself being drawn forward. The cold, the darkness, the presence of the house. Everything was closing in on her, wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. And as the shadows swallowed her whole, she finally understood. The house had always been waiting, and now it had claimed her. Alicia couldn't breathe. The shadows constricted around her, tightening their grip with an intensity that made her chest feel like it was being crushed under a weight too heavy to bear. The coldness seeped deeper into her skin, freezing her very essence, and the darkness pressed in from all sides, suffocating her in its endless void. Her mind swirled in panic. She had no sense of direction, no understanding of where she was or what was happening. All she could feel was the pull, an undeniable, magnetic force that dragged her deeper into the heart of the house. She wanted to scream, to beg for mercy, but the sound of her voice was swallowed by the suffocating darkness around her. Her breath came in shallow, desperate gasps as the shadows wrapped tighter around her body, cold fingers that seemed to drain the life from her with every passing second. The figure was still there, standing in front of her, looming like a dark specter in the void. Its faceless form towered above her, its presence so overwhelming that it felt as though the very air had become too thick to breathe. The whispers returned louder than ever, filling her mind with a chorus of voices, all speaking in unison. "You are here now. You are home." Alicia's heart beat faster, the sound pounding in her ears. She struggled against the shadows, her body jerking with the force of her panic, but they only held her tighter. She couldn't escape. There was no way out. The figure stepped closer, its presence oppressive, suffocating. Its hand reached out once more, and this time it did touch her. Cold fingers grazed the side of her face, sending a jolt of ice through her body. The contact was not just cold. It was as if the figure's touch was draining her, pulling something from her soul with every passing second. Alicia gasped, her vision swimming as the darkness around her seemed to press deeper into her mind. Her thoughts became muddled, her sense of self fading, slipping away like sand through her fingers. The figure's touch felt like it was unraveling her, pulling her apart at the seams. "You've always belonged to this place," the figure whispered, its voice now deep and resonant, vibrating through the darkness. "You were always meant to find this house. You are part of it, and it is part of you." The shadows around Alicia seemed to respond, swirling in response to the figure's words. They stretched and contorted, like living creatures, their form shifting and writhing as though they were alive, reacting to her very presence. It was true. It had always been true. The house had called to her. It had drawn her in, step by agonizing step, until she was here, trapped in its heart. "You have always been a part of the house," the figure repeated. "And now it is time for you to join it fully, to become one with it." Alicia's body shook with terror, the coldness seeping into her bones, paralyzing her. She wanted to escape. She needed to run, to break free from the house's grip. But her body refused to obey. The shadows were everywhere now, crawling across her skin, pulling her deeper into their dark embrace. "Let go," the figure whispered. "Let go and become part of the house, part of the darkness." Alicia's eyes flickered shut as the weight of the house, the weight of the figure's words, pressed down on her. She couldn't fight it. She couldn't hold on any longer. The darkness was swallowing her, inch by inch, until there was nothing left but the oppressive silence and the cold touch of the shadows. But then, something shifted. A small, fragile thread of defiance burned within her. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough to push the shadows away, but it was enough to make her reach for it, to hold on to it with everything she had left. The whispering grew louder, the figure's voice growing more insistent. "You are mine. You belong to me. You belong to the house." But Alicia didn't listen. She focused on that tiny spark of resistance, that flicker of light that refused to be extinguished, no matter how dark it got. She held on to it like a lifeline, pulling herself toward it with every ounce of strength she could muster. The darkness around her seemed to recoil, just for a moment, as if it were aware of the defiance she was clinging to. Alicia's hands clenched into fists, the coldness in her bones giving way to a rush of warmth, of energy. "Let go," the figure repeated, but its voice had lost some of its power. It was shaking now, unsure. Alicia fought against the shadows, forcing herself to move, forcing herself to stand. Her legs trembled, weak from the weight of the darkness pressing on her, but she refused to fall. She refused to let the house consume her. The figure's hand reached out again. But this time, Alicia struck it away. She didn't know how, didn't know where the strength had come from, but she did it. The coldness that had filled her veins began to recede, and the figure flinched back as if it had been burned. "You can't stop it," the figure hissed, its voice growing darker, more furious. "You are mine. You always were." Alicia shook her head. No. She would not let it have her. She wouldn't let the house win. With a desperate cry, she pushed forward, stumbling against the weight of the shadows, against the oppressive darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. Her vision blurred, but through the haze she could see something. A faint light, distant but real. It was her only hope. She reached out toward it, ignoring the whispers that now raged in her mind, the screams of the house itself trying to pull her back. The darkness fought her, clawing at her skin, trying to drag her into its depths. The figure was there again, closer now, its hand outstretched as if to drag her back into the abyss. But Alicia didn't stop. She couldn't stop. The light. She had to reach the light. With one final, desperate burst of strength, she lunged forward, her hands reaching for the glow that was now only inches away. The house shook around her, the very foundation trembling, as if the entire structure was fighting to hold on to her. And then, with a force that shook her to the core, Alicia broke free. The darkness shattered, the shadows recoiling and dissipating as if they were never there to begin with. The house groaned in protest, but it was too late. Alicia had escaped. She found herself standing in a room she didn't recognize. The walls were dark, but there was light, real light, filling the space. The whispers were gone. The presence of the house had vanished, leaving only the soft glow of the room surrounding her. Alicia staggered backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her skin tingled as if it had been burned, but she didn't care. She was free, at least, she thought she was. And then she heard it, the faintest sound, like a whisper carried on the wind. "Welcome back." Alicia's heart froze. She wasn't free. Not yet. The house wasn't done with her, and it never would be. Alicia's breath caught in her throat as the words echoed in the silence of the room. "Welcome back." The voice was soft, a whisper that slid into her mind with an unnatural ease, like it had always been there, waiting for her to hear it. There was no mistaking it now. The house was still alive, still aware of her presence, and it would never let her go. Her heart pounded in her chest, the thrum of panic building inside her, suffocating her. The light in the room, the warm, golden light that had filled her with the smallest sense of hope, seemed to flicker for a moment, casting long, erratic shadows across the walls. The shadows twisted and moved, stretching unnaturally, as though the room itself were alive, responding to the presence of the house. Alicia stumbled backward, her body still weak from the suffocating grasp of the darkness. Her limbs felt heavy, and her thoughts were clouded, dizzy from the struggle she had just endured. Her mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She had broken free. She had escaped the darkness, the house's clutches. But now she understood. It wasn't that simple. The house was always there, always waiting, always watching. There was no escaping it. Her eyes darted around the room. The light flickered again, its glow now an eerie, flickering yellow, casting an unsettling warmth that did nothing to calm the rising dread in her chest. The walls were bare, but they seemed to pulse with life. The air felt thick, oppressive, as though the very structure of the house was breathing around her. And then, in the corner of the room, she saw it, a door. It was small, almost insignificant in the shadow of the room's gloom. Its frame was covered in dark vines, twisting and curling like tendrils, creeping up the door's surface, wrapping around its edges, as if the door itself were part of the house. The door seemed to shimmer slightly, as though the space around it was warped, rippling like a reflection in water. Alicia didn't want to look at it. Her instincts screamed at her to turn away, to run. But there was something about it, something that pulled at her, urging her forward, as if it was calling her name. "Do not go near it," Alicia whispered to herself, her voice trembling. She knew what the house was trying to do. It wanted her to open the door. But what was beyond it? What horrors waited on the other side? She had been here before. She had seen this door in her dreams. It was the same door she had found in the attic, the one that had led her to the darkness, the one that had taken everything from her. And now it was here again, waiting. Her feet moved before she could stop them, slowly, deliberately, like the house was taking control again, guiding her toward it. Her hand reached out to touch the door, and the moment her fingers brushed against the cool wood, a shudder ran through her entire body. The air around her seemed to snap, and for a moment, Alicia swore she could hear the distant sound of whispering voices, faint at first, but growing louder with every passing second. "Come closer." The voice was soft, almost like a sigh, but it was unmistakable. It was the house. The house was speaking to her again, wrapping its tendrils around her mind, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Alicia shook her head, her eyes wide with terror. "No," she cried, stepping back. "I won't open it. I won't." But the house didn't care. The door was already opening. At first, it was just a crack, a sliver of darkness beyond it, too small for anything to slip through. But then, the door widened, inch by inch, as if the house were taking its time, savoring her fear, letting it build before unleashing whatever waited beyond. The darkness beyond the door felt like an abyss. Alicia could feel it calling to her, pulling at her soul, urging her to step forward, to step into the unknown. The floor beneath her feet seemed to tremble, like the very foundation of the house was alive, writhing in anticipation. And then she heard it. A soft, delicate sound at first. A whisper that brushed against her ear, too faint to fully comprehend, like a memory lingering just out of reach. But then it grew, louder and clearer. "Come closer. It's time." Alicia froze. It wasn't just the house anymore. No, it was something else. The figure, the presence that had haunted her from the very beginning. It was here, waiting, just beyond the door. She didn't want to go through that door. She couldn't. But she could feel it, the pull, the suffocating pressure of the house. The way it was forcing her to move, to walk through the threshold, to face whatever lay on the other side. Her legs shook beneath her, but they moved anyway. One step, then another, as if she had no control over her own body. The whispers grew louder. "Come closer." Alicia's fingers brushed against the doorframe. The moment they did, the air around her thickened, and the world seemed to tilt. The room she had been standing in disappeared, replaced by a new, unfamiliar space. Her heart pounded in her chest as she looked around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. The light had vanished, replaced by a darkness so thick it felt suffocating. The room, if it could even be called a room, seemed to stretch endlessly before her. The walls were lined with mirrors, tall and narrow, their surfaces cracked, reflecting fragmented images of Alicia, twisted and distorted in ways that made her skin crawl. But it wasn't the mirrors that filled her with dread. It was the figure. It was standing at the far end of the room, just beyond the last of the mirrors. Its form was cloaked in shadows, but Alicia could feel it. She could feel its presence pressing against her, its cold, empty gaze boring into her very soul. The figure's voice echoed through the room, filling every corner, vibrating through her very bones. You cannot escape. Not now. Not ever. Alicia's mind screamed in terror, but her body refused to obey. She was rooted to the spot, her feet unable to move, her heart racing as the figure began to step forward. Each movement it made was slow, deliberate, as if it were savoring her fear. The shadows in the room shifted, and the mirrors began to crack more violently, their reflections distorting further until they seemed to swallow the light whole. The figure moved closer, and with every step, the air grew colder, the darkness thicker. Come closer. The voice repeated, growing louder, more desperate, more insistent. And then, for the first time, the figure stepped into the light. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was nothing more than a void. An empty, gaping hole where features should have been, but all Alicia could see were the endless, writhing shadows that crawled within it. The shadows seemed to breathe, pulsing with a life of their own, as if the figure itself were a living creature made entirely of darkness. Alicia could feel it then. The house, the figure, the darkness, pulling at her, dragging her toward it, urging her to become one with it. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I won't. But even as she spoke, the shadows began to reach for her. The room, the mirrors, the figure, they were all closing in. And Alicia understood then, with a clarity that chilled her to the core, there was no escaping it. There was no running from the house. It had always been a part of her. And now there was no turning back. The figure reached out, and the darkness swallowed her whole. The darkness enveloped Alicia with an intensity she couldn't have prepared for. It wasn't like the shadows that had come before, or the cold, empty feeling of the house's gaze. This was something deeper, something far more terrifying. It was suffocating. The air around her had become thick and heavy, pressing down on her chest as though it were made of solid stone. Every breath she took felt labored, as though the very act of drawing air into her lungs was a fight. Her body trembled violently, her limbs unresponsive, as if the darkness had paralyzed her in place. She was falling. The realization came slowly, at first barely perceptible, but as the sensation grew more pronounced, the terror inside her deepened. The ground beneath her feet had disappeared. She was descending into something vast, something endless. The sensation of falling was like a dream, disorienting, nauseating. Her body twisted and jerked, as if being pulled by an invisible force, spiraling down into an abyss she couldn't even comprehend. And then the whispers started again. At first, they were faint, distant murmurs that teased the edges of her consciousness. But then they grew louder, clearer, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of whispers, each one more urgent, more desperate than the last. Fall, fall, fall. They echoed through her mind like a chant, a rhythmic call, as though the very darkness was coaxing her downward, urging her to surrender to its pull. Alicia's stomach lurched as the sensation of falling intensified. There was nothing around her, no walls, no light, just an endless, all-consuming void that seemed to stretch out forever. She couldn't see, couldn't hear anything except the rushing wind in her ears, the howling of the shadows as they closed in. She couldn't breathe. Her chest was tightening, the pressure becoming unbearable as the air itself seemed to conspire against her. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the falling stopped. Alicia was no longer in freefall. She was still, silent. The darkness around her had softened, replaced by a quiet, eerie calm. But the silence, it wasn't peaceful. No. This was the kind of silence that made her heart race. The kind of silence that held a weight so dense it could suffocate you. She couldn't move. She couldn't see, but she could feel it. The oppressive, suffocating presence of the house all around her. Welcome home. The voice was there again, the same voice from before, but now it was different. It had changed. It had a strange resonance to it, as though it had been waiting for her to hear it all along. Alicia's skin crawled as the voice slipped into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts like a cold, unyielding grip. The darkness shifted, and the weight of it seemed to increase, pressing in from all directions. Alicia's thoughts were muddled, distant as if she were trapped underwater, struggling to break through the surface. The more she tried to focus, the heavier her mind became, drowning beneath the suffocating pressure. Her hands moved on their own, fingers trembling as they scraped against something. Stone, perhaps, or some cold, unfeeling surface. She couldn't tell. It felt as though she were trapped in a cocoon of blackness, unable to break free, unable to move, her body caught in some kind of endless, disorienting void. And then, the ground beneath her feet shifted. The sensation was subtle at first, barely perceptible, but it was there. She felt it beneath her, the cold stone. The slight tremor as though the world around her was beginning to change once more. The stillness broke, the air growing thick and heavy once more, suffocating her as the shadows stretched and pulsed like they were alive. The whispers were growing louder, more frantic now. Come closer. Alicia's heart skipped a beat. She felt the weight of those words in her chest, a crushing pressure that made it difficult to think, to move. The pull of the darkness was undeniable now, its tendrils wrapping around her legs, her arms, her chest. It was dragging her deeper into the abyss. But then, there was a sound, a distant sound, a door opening. Alicia's pulse quickened, her body tensing, as the faintest sliver of light began to break through the crushing blackness. It was so far away, so small, but it was there. A thin line of brightness that cut through the shadows like a lifeline. The darkness recoiled from the light, shrinking back like a living thing that feared the touch of daylight. But it wasn't enough. The light was too faint, too weak to hold the darkness at bay for long. Alicia could feel the house trying to smother it, trying to consume it. Her body, still unresponsive, dragged her forward. She couldn't resist it. No matter how hard she tried, her limbs wouldn't obey her. She was moving toward the light, whether she wanted to or not. The closer she got, the more she felt it. The house, the entity behind it, was moving with her. It was alive, watching her, feeding off her fear. And then, just as the light flickered and began to pulse, something cold wrapped around her wrist. Alicia screamed as the shadows tightened, pulling her closer to the light, but not in the way she had hoped. No, they weren't releasing her. They were dragging her deeper. She felt herself being pulled. Down, down, into the unknown. The light flickered, grew brighter, and for a fleeting second she saw it, him. The figure. The one who had haunted her from the very beginning. Its form was nothing but shadow, its face empty and void-like, but there was something else now. An opening. A doorway. The door to the heart of the house. No. Alicia gasped, her voice barely a whisper as the figure reached toward her, its shadowy fingers elongating, stretching toward her. The light vanished. The darkness surged, swallowing her whole as the house consumed her once more. The whispers grew into a roar, 1,000 voices screaming at her, pulling her down into the abyss. And then there was nothing. Alicia couldn't remember when the darkness had swallowed her again. It had been quick, instantaneous, the world around her vanishing in an instant. One moment, she had seen the faint light, the shimmer of hope that was her last chance, and the next, she was falling again. This time, though the fall was different, she didn't feel the pull of gravity. She didn't feel the weight of the abyss beneath her, dragging her deeper. Instead, it was as if she were floating, drifting in a void of endless blackness, suspended between two worlds, neither here nor there. Her body felt weightless. She could feel her limbs floating in space, her fingers twitching in the nothingness. The pressure in her chest had lessened, but a deep, gnawing unease settled in her stomach. The sensation of being trapped, of being helpless, had only grown more oppressive. Alicia tried to move, to force herself to wake, but her mind felt sluggish, heavy, as though it had been drained of all energy. The whispers had faded, leaving behind only silence. But the silence was worse. It was thick, like a fog that clogged her thoughts and made every movement feel like a Herculean effort. And then she saw it. A flicker of light. It was faint, just a glimmer in the distance. But it drew her in. She wasn't sure how or why, but it was the only thing in this endless void that made sense. The light pulsed gently, growing brighter and dimmer in rhythmic waves, as if calling her name. With great effort, Alicia tried to push forward. She could feel the cold of the void pressing in on her, wrapping around her limbs like chains, but she didn't stop. She forced her body to move, despite the weakness and the exhaustion that clawed at her every step. As she moved toward the light, something shifted in the space around her. The darkness, once all-consuming, began to recede slightly, and with it, Alicia's vision cleared, though only just. The light grew brighter still, drawing closer, revealing more of what was beyond it. It was a mirror. The light came from a reflection, and Alicia realized with a shock that she was standing in front of it. A mirror in the middle of nowhere. How was that possible? A mirror, in the midst of the endless, inky black void. But the more she stared at the reflection, the more she realized this was no ordinary mirror. The reflection was not hers. It was a version of her, but it was wrong. Her reflection was twisted, darker, her eyes hollow and empty, as if someone had taken everything that made her human and hollowed it out. Her reflection smiled, but it was an unsettling, predatory smile, a smile that didn't belong. Alicia recoiled, taking a step back as her heart began to race. It couldn't be. This wasn't possible. The mirror, it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But it was. And the reflection in the glass, the twisted, dark version of herself, beckoned her. It wasn't just a reflection. It was something else, something far worse. With horror, Alicia watched as the reflection in the mirror began to step forward. The reflection reached out, its fingers pressing against the glass as if it were trying to break free, trying to cross over into her world. No. Alicia gasped, stumbling backward. No, no, no. But the figure in the mirror didn't listen. It kept coming closer, its smile widening. The space between them began to close, and Alicia felt the chill of its presence invading her mind, freezing her thoughts. And then it spoke. "You've been running from me, Alicia. But you can't hide forever." The voice was hers. The same tone, the same cadence, but twisted, cold, as if the very essence of her had been perverted. The reflection's hands pressed harder against the glass, and Alicia felt a pressure on her own chest. The more the reflection pushed, the more her own chest tightened. She gasped for air as the figure in the mirror began to distort. Its movements became jerky, unnatural, like a puppet with strings that were being pulled in every direction. "It's too late now," the reflection whispered. "You can never escape what you are, what we are." Alicia's pulse thundered in her ears as she backed away. But the more she retreated, the more the reflection moved toward her. There was no escape. The mirror was an extension of herself, and the dark version was a part of her. A part of the house that had always been waiting. Her heart raced in her chest as the reflection's fingers began to press through the glass. The mirror rippled like water, its surface distorting, bending, warping as the figure's hand reached into her world. Alicia screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the growing silence. The reflection's hand, her hand, emerged from the glass, long fingers reaching toward her, cold and unyielding. "Let me in." Alicia couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The darkness and the reflection were closing in on her, pulling her toward the glass, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Her limbs trembled, but before she could react, the reflection's hand gripped her wrist, pulling her closer to the mirror, to the figure beyond it. In that moment, the mirror shattered. The world around her fractured as the glass splintered into 1,000 pieces, each shard reflecting a version of herself, each one darker, more twisted than the last. The mirror didn't just break, it collapsed inward, dragging Alicia with it, her body falling through the shards like a weightless, hollow shell. And then the darkness returned. But this time, it wasn't just the void. This time, it was something else. Something far worse. Alicia was no longer standing in front of the mirror. She was standing inside it. The reflection had become her reality, and the house had claimed her, body and soul. The last thing she heard before everything went dark was her own voice, echoing in the void. "Welcome home, Alicia." Alicia didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been moments, or it could have been days. Time had become a cruel, endless cycle of fading moments, where nothing made sense. Nothing was real. She had been swallowed by the darkness, by the endless void that seemed to stretch on forever. But now, there was something different. A faint pulse in the air. A rhythmic thrum, like the steady beat of a heart. The heartbeat of the house. She didn't know how she knew it, but she felt it deep within her, reverberating through her chest. The pulse was constant, like a clock ticking down to something inevitable, something she couldn't avoid. Her eyes flickered open. The space around her was shrouded in shadow, but there was no doubt in her mind. She was no longer in the endless void she had once been trapped in. This place was different. It felt alive. Alicia's hand instinctively shot out to brace herself, but her fingers met something solid cold. The texture was slick and unnatural, like the walls of a cave, wet and pulsing with the same rhythmic beat she had felt before. Her heart pounded as she realized she was inside the house. She staggered to her feet, her legs unsteady, as if she were still being pulled by some unseen force. Her surroundings were vague, shifting in and out of focus, but there was no mistaking the sense of presence that filled the air. She was surrounded by it, suffocated by it, as if the house itself were breathing with her, feeding off her fear. The shadows shifted, moving like living things. Alicia flinched as they reached for her, stretching out with long, thin tendrils that scraped at her skin, at her mind. The whispers were faint but growing, churning through her thoughts like a storm. "Come closer." It was the same voice. The same relentless, insistent call that had haunted her from the very beginning. She could feel it deep in her bones. The house was speaking to her through her, as if she and it were one and the same now. She staggered forward, unsure of where she was going, or even why. Every step felt like a battle, every movement like swimming through thick water. She was trapped, but not in a physical sense. The walls of this place seemed to shift around her, the darkness closing in, yet never truly surrounding her. There was no escape. Her breath hitched in her throat. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way. She wasn't falling, though. She was sinking. The shadows coiled around her, wrapping tighter, pulling her deeper. Until the light she had seen before, the faint, distant light, began to disappear, leaving her in an ocean of blackness. It wasn't the same blackness as before, though. This one was alive, filled with the pulse of the house's heartbeat, the steady rhythm that seemed to reverberate through every molecule of air. And then the whispers returned. Louder now. Closer. Come closer. Alicia's hands shot out, grasping at the air, desperate to hold on to something. She was being dragged deeper, and she couldn't stop it. She couldn't fight it. "Stop!" she screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the darkness. She couldn't even hear it. All she could hear now was the beat of the house's heart, thumping in time with her own frantic pulse. And then, through the blackness, she saw something. A door. The door from before. The door that had haunted her in the depths of the house. It was standing there, framed in the blackness, shining faintly, just out of reach. Alicia reached for it, her arms trembling, her fingers scraping against the void. She couldn't quite grasp it, couldn't pull herself close enough, but the door was there, beckoning her, drawing her in, calling her. "Let me in," the voice murmured, and Alicia's heart skipped a beat as the sound of the words slid into her mind, curling around her thoughts, making her feel as though they belonged to her. It was the house. The house wanted her. Alicia tried to take a step forward, but the shadows resisted. They twisted around her, binding her, dragging her back. "No," she gasped, her voice raw. "I won't go in." But the house didn't care. The door grew closer, its frame shifting, warping with each passing second as if it were alive, adjusting to her very presence. It wanted her to step through. It wanted her to surrender. The whispers grew louder, the pulse of the house's heartbeat filling the air around her, vibrating through her soul. Alicia's breath was shallow, but she couldn't stop. She couldn't resist. She wasn't just fighting the house. She was fighting herself. Fighting the part of her that had always been tied to it, the part of her that belonged to it. The door loomed ahead, and Alicia felt something deep within her. Something buried for so long, respond to it. This is where you belong. It wasn't just the house speaking to her anymore. It was her. The dark version of herself. The one that had been in the mirror, the one that had whispered to her in the reflection. Alicia's hand reached out, and she barely recognized the cold, empty feeling in her chest as she touched the doorframe. The heartbeat of the house filled her ears, louder now, echoing in her mind as she stepped forward. It was inevitable. The moment her fingers brushed the door, she felt it. The cold rush of air, the pull of darkness, the weight of the house. The door swung open, revealing an endless expanse of blackness beyond it, and she stepped through. The air on the other side was different. It was colder, thicker, and the heartbeat that had been pounding in her chest was now in her head, filling every corner of her mind. Alicia stepped forward, deeper into the heart of the house, and as she did, she felt something alive. The shadows that had once been suffocating were now like a blanket, wrapping around her, comforting her. The house was speaking to her, guiding her, showing her the way. It wasn't a house anymore. It was her. And she was a part of it. Alicia felt the pulse of the house fill her completely, its heartbeat becoming her own. And as the door behind her closed, the finality of it settled in. There was no escape. Alicia was home. The moment the door closed behind Alicia, the world around her ceased to exist. The pulse of the house, the beat that had become a part of her, throbbed through her very bones. The walls around her seemed to stretch and bend, shifting with the rhythm. Alive with the sound of her own heartbeat. There was no light here, but there was no darkness either. The air was thick, almost viscous, wrapping around her like a second skin, breathing with her, inhaling and exhaling in time with her every movement. She was in a space that was not just a room, not just a physical place. This was the heart of the house, the beating core that had always been waiting for her, just as it had called to her in her dreams. Alicia could feel the weight of its presence pressing down on her, consuming her, filling every empty space inside of her. She wasn't alone. She never had been. The house had always been with her, its whispers, its presence, its pulse. She could feel it now in the pit of her stomach, in the depths of her mind. But the strangest thing was the absence of fear. There was no more terror, no more panic. She had expected the darkness to consume her, to swallow her whole, but instead it enveloped her like a familiar embrace. She felt at home here, more connected than she ever had been before. It was as though she had always belonged to this place, as though every step she had taken, every moment of pain, had been leading her here, to this moment of total, suffocating belonging. Welcome, the house whispered in her mind, and its voice was no longer cold or malicious. It was warm, inviting, comforting. It was her voice now, a part of her. You are part of me now, Alicia. And I am part of you. Alicia's hands trembled as she looked down at them, as if expecting them to be foreign to her, as if she might see the marks of the house etched into her skin. But there was nothing. Her hands were still her own, flesh and bone, just as they had always been. But inside, she was different. She could feel it. The walls around her began to take shape, as though the house was revealing itself, one layer at a time. The blackness receded, and faint outlines appeared. The air shimmered with the faintest glow of something ancient, something deep, and buried within the house's walls. The smell of dust and age mixed with a strange, sweet scent, like the earth after a rainstorm, earthy and alive. And then the voice returned, not in her mind, but in the air around her, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through every fiber of her being. You've always been here, Alicia. Always. You just didn't know it yet. The words sent a shiver down her spine. But it wasn't fear this time. It was something else. Curiosity, wonder, a strange sense of understanding. She could feel the presence of the house all around her, like a living thing, like a pulse, and she knew now that it wasn't just a place. It was a force, an entity, a being that had always been tied to her very soul. Alicia closed her eyes, and the pulse of the house grew louder. It was a song now, soft and melodic, like a lullaby that drifted through her mind. She let herself fall into the rhythm of it, letting the beat flow through her, synchronizing with her every breath, her every heartbeat. And in that moment, something shifted. The house was no longer just a physical space. It was an extension of her, a reflection of her. She was one with it now, bound to its rhythm, its pulse, its soul. Everything that had happened, every twist and turn of her journey, had led her here, to this very point. She was the house, and the house was her. Alicia took a deep breath, and as she exhaled, the walls around her seemed to move. The space shifted, expanded, as though the house were bending itself to her will. She was the house, and the house was infinite, stretching out forever, entwined with every piece of her being. The whispers rose again, but now they were not foreign. They were familiar, comforting. They echoed in her mind, guiding her, leading her through the house, showing her its secrets. The pulse quickened. Alicia felt herself move, walking forward without knowing where she was going, but it didn't matter. The house was guiding her. The floor beneath her feet wasn't solid. It was soft, almost like it was alive, shifting in rhythm with the pulse of the house. She turned a corner, and a new space revealed itself to her. Something vast, stretching out into infinity. The walls rose and fell, curving and twisting, like living flesh, breathing in time with her every step. The air was heavy with energy, and Alicia could feel it crackling, like static, just beneath her skin. The heartbeat of the house resonated louder now, almost deafening. As the space opened up around her, she stood at the edge of what could only be described as a great chasm, an endless abyss that stretched far into the distance. The walls around her seemed to dissolve, leaving only darkness, a void that pulsed with the same rhythm, the same beat, and in the center of the chasm, there was a door. Alicia didn't hesitate. She knew what she had to do. She was already connected to it, to the house. The door wasn't just a door. It was an invitation. She stepped forward, her feet gliding over the surface, and as she approached the door, it opened for her. On the other side, there was no more darkness, no more shadows. There was light, golden and warm. The light bathed her in its glow, and for the first time, Alicia felt truly whole. The light was not the end. It was the beginning of something infinite, something beautiful. The house had shown her the way. She had always belonged to it. And now, she was home. As she stepped through the door, the world around her shifted once more, and the pulse of the house became a song, louder, clearer, filling every corner of her being. And in that moment, Alicia understood. She was no longer just a part of the house. She was the house itself. The heartbeat of the house and her own were one, together. And together, they would never be alone. Alicia stood in the center of the glowing room, her mind swirling with new revelations, the pulse of the house beating through every fiber of her being. The golden light that bathed her skin felt like a gentle caress, but beneath it, the rhythm, the heartbeat of the house, was still present. It filled her, resonating in her chest, a constant reminder that she was part of something far greater than herself, far more ancient. The air was still. The silence around her was profound. It wasn't an empty silence, though it was full of meaning, full of awareness, as though everything in this place had a consciousness of its own. The walls around her weren't just walls. They were part of the living organism, the heart of the house, pulsing with life. Alicia's thoughts, though disjointed, now felt clearer, sharper. She understood. She was no longer separate from the house. She had become a reflection of it. The line between who she was and what the house was had dissolved. She could feel the presence of the house, its history, its vastness, its power, coursing through her veins like an endless river. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the full weight of the house's consciousness wash over her. The house had always been with her, guiding her, waiting for this moment. The house was a living entity, a force that had existed long before her, and now it had found her. Welcome, the voice whispered, but now it wasn't just a voice. It was the house itself speaking through her, through every corner of her being. We have been waiting for you. Alicia opened her eyes, feeling the weight of those words settle deep within her soul. She wasn't afraid anymore. How could she be? There was no fear left. Fear was a relic of the past, something she had cast aside when she had stepped through the door. Here, in the heart of the house, there was only acceptance, only understanding. The pulse of the house grew stronger, faster, until it seemed to resonate within her very bones. She could hear it, not as a sound, but as a vibration. It was deep and endless, like a heartbeat echoing through the infinite halls of time. And then the walls around her began to shift. The golden light softened, and the shadows deepened, revealing things Alicia hadn't seen before. She wasn't just standing in one place. No, she was standing at the threshold of something much larger than she could comprehend. The room around her expanded, revealing infinite corridors stretching into the distance, each one a reflection of her mind, of her soul. This was no longer just a house. It was a living, breathing entity, an infinite realm that had existed for eternity, and now it was hers. But as the walls shifted, Alicia felt something stir deep within her, something she hadn't anticipated. She thought she understood the house. She thought she understood herself. But there were corners, far deeper and darker, of this place that had yet to be revealed. The house was not just a place of comfort and belonging. It was also a place of secrets. I am part of you, Alicia whispered to herself, her voice a strange echo that reverberated throughout the space. But what am I becoming? The house responded, and this time it wasn't with words. The walls pulsed again, as though the house itself was listening, considering her question. Alicia could feel something in the air shift, an unsettling current, a whisper that didn't belong. The warmth of the golden light began to fade, replaced by a coolness that crawled under her skin, making her tremble despite herself. The heartbeat slowed, its rhythm changing, becoming more erratic, as if something was awakening. Not all of us are meant to be known, the voice echoed. But it was no longer just her voice. The house was speaking through countless voices, each one layered on top of the other, as though they had existed here for eons. There are parts of this place, parts of you, that have yet to be revealed. Alicia felt a flicker of uncertainty in her chest, a small spark of doubt that tried to rise against the flood of understanding. She had become the house, yes, but what did that mean? She had embraced its rhythm, its soul, but was there more? Something stirred within the heart of the house, something ancient, hidden deep in its core, something that felt wrong. Alicia felt it, deep within her. A pull toward the unknown parts of the house, the parts that whispered of forgotten things, of lost souls, of darkness that had been buried for far too long. She took a step forward, her feet moving as if they had a mind of their own. The floor beneath her shifted, its texture changing from the smooth, organic, pulsing surface she had known to something far colder, harder. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized she was no longer in the warm embrace of the house's heart. She was in the dark. The walls around her had darkened, and the shadows stretched far beyond her sight, their forms twisting, moving like serpents in the corners of her vision. There were no longer infinite corridors of golden light. There was only blackness, a hollow void that seemed to stretch on forever, threatening to swallow her whole. The pulse had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence, thick and suffocating. And then she heard it, the sound that had been hidden beneath the hum of the house's heartbeat, a whisper. Quiet at first, but growing louder. "Welcome home, Alicia." The words chilled her to the core. They weren't just spoken by the house. No, these were not the whispers she had grown accustomed to. These whispers were older, ancient. Alicia's chest tightened as she realized that this wasn't just a part of the house. It was another part, a darker part. A part that had been locked away for centuries. Hidden in the corners of the house, waiting for its time to come. And now, that time had arrived. Her hands began to tremble as she reached out to touch the walls around her. The texture had changed again, now rough and jagged, as if the house itself had transformed before her eyes. "I don't want to go there," Alicia whispered to herself. But even as she spoke, she knew it was too late. Her footsteps carried her deeper into the dark, her body moving as if it were being pulled by invisible strings. The whispers grew louder, the voices melding together until they were no longer just whispers. They were screams. Shouts of agony, despair, and madness swirling in the darkness, filling the void. And in the center of it all, she saw it, a door. A door unlike any she had seen before. This one was not golden, not inviting. No, this door was black, its surface etched with strange symbols that pulsed with a dark energy, an energy that called to her, pulling at her very soul. "Step through," the voice commanded, no longer a whisper but a roar. The house was calling to her, pulling her toward it. "Step through, Alicia." With trembling hands, Alicia reached for the door, feeling its cold surface under her fingertips. As she pushed the door open, a wave of cold air rushed through her, and for the briefest moment she hesitated. But she had no choice. She stepped through, and the house swallowed her whole. The door slammed shut behind her, and the heartbeat of the house began to fade once more. But this time, the rhythm was gone. Only silence remained, a silence that carried with it an unspoken promise. Alicia had crossed a threshold, and the house had claimed her completely. And now, there would be no turning back. Alicia felt herself falling again, but this time it wasn't through space. It wasn't the disorienting freefall she had experienced before. No, this felt different. The air around her seemed to close in, pressing against her skin, seeping into her very being. The darkness wasn't just a void, it was a tangible force, a weight that pushed against her, crushed her, and with every passing second, she could feel it pulling her deeper, deeper into the heart of the house. The door she had stepped through was gone, swallowed by the void the moment she had passed through it. Her feet no longer touched solid ground. She wasn't falling, she was being drawn in, as though the house itself was pulling her toward something far darker, far more ancient than anything she had imagined. For the first time since she had entered this house, no, since she had become one with it, she felt fear. But this fear was not like the terror she had once experienced. This fear was more profound, more insidious, like a long-lost memory that tugged at her subconscious, like a forbidden truth clawing at the edges of her mind. The voices were gone now. The heartbeat of the house, the constant thrum that had been with her, was silent. All that remained was the deep, oppressive darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. It was like being trapped inside the very bones of the house itself, a place that had been sealed away for eternity. Alicia's chest tightened. Her breathing became shallow, at each breath and effort, as if the very air in this place was thicker, heavier. Her limbs felt like lead. Her thoughts hazy, as though the very force of this place was stripping away the clarity she had once felt, reducing her to nothing more than a vessel for the house's will. And then she heard it, a low, guttural sound. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was a growl, deep and resonant, echoing from the depths of the darkness. Alicia's heart skipped a beat as the sound reverberated through her chest, vibrating in her very bones. It was alive. This darkness, this thing she had stepped into. It had a consciousness, a presence. The shadows around her seemed to stir, shifting like liquid, crawling over the walls of this unknown space. The blackness wasn't empty. It was filled with something, something that watched her, something that waited. And then, from the deepest part of the darkness, she saw it. A figure. A shadow, tall and thin. Its outline indistinct but undeniable. It stood in the distance, unmoving, as though it had always been there, always waiting for her. Its presence was palpable, thick, suffocating. Alicia tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. The words wouldn't come. The silence was too heavy, too absolute. She could only watch as the figure began to move toward her, slow and deliberate, its every step sending ripples through the air, distorting the shadows around it. As it drew closer, Alicia could make out more details. The figure had no face, not like the figures she had seen before. Its face was a void, a featureless mask of shadow, with no eyes, no mouth. It was as if its entire existence was defined by absence, by emptiness. It stopped before her. It didn't speak, but Alicia could feel its presence in the air around her, pressing down on her like an invisible weight. For a moment, everything was still. Then, the figure spoke, not with its mouth, for it had none, but with its presence, with its mind. The words came to Alicia as a thought, as if they were her own, but twisted and dark. "You have come far, Alicia." The voice echoed in her mind, cold and thick with malice. "But you cannot leave." Alicia's chest tightened, her pulse quickening. The words felt like a curse, an inescapable truth. She tried to move, to take a step back. But her legs wouldn't respond. She was rooted to the spot, her body frozen in place as the figure loomed over her, its presence filling the space like a dark tide. "You belong here now," the voice continued, echoing in her mind like the heartbeat of the house. "You have become part of us. You are no longer separate. You never were." The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. The figure wasn't just a shadow. It wasn't just an entity within the house. It was the house. This was the heart of it, the soul of it, the true form of the darkness she had felt all along. "You have become one with the house, Alicia," the voice said, its tone dripping with a cruel, twisted sense of satisfaction. "And now, you will never leave." Alicia shook her head, her throat constricting as the weight of the words settled over her. No, this couldn't be true. She had escaped. She had stepped through the door but the truth was undeniable. She was inside the house now, inside its very essence. The house had claimed her, just as it had claimed everything before her. She was part of its eternal darkness, and no matter how hard she fought, there was no going back. She was home. The darkness around her seemed to close in, folding itself around her like a blanket, suffocating her in its embrace. The figure was gone now, vanishing into the shadows, leaving her alone once again. But the presence was still there, swirling around her, filling every corner of her mind, every part of her being. "You are part of us," the voice whispered, softer now, as if it were lulling her to sleep. "Forever." Alicia's mind screamed. She could feel it. She could feel the house taking root in her, settling into her bones, wrapping around her like a vine, suffocating her soul. But she didn't fight. She couldn't. She was part of it now. She had always been part of it. The darkness surrounded her. The house was alive, and it had claimed her as its own, and there was no escape. Not now. Not ever. The house's heartbeat pulsed around her, deep and endless. The house and Alicia were one, and neither would ever be free. Alicia's mind was a blur, a tangle of fragmented thoughts that seemed to spiral into chaos with each passing moment. The house, the entity that had once been a place of dread and curiosity, had become something else entirely. It was no longer just an old mansion filled with creaking walls and whispering shadows. It was alive, breathing with a pulse that was her own, a rhythm that beat deep within her chest. And she was bound to it, tied to its soul in a way she could neither understand nor escape. For what felt like an eternity, she stood in the dark void, surrounded by the shifting shadows, feeling the house's presence suffocating her, pulling at her thoughts, at her very essence. The weight of it was unbearable, yet there was a strange comfort in it, too. The house had claimed her, yes, but now it was a part of her. There was no line between them. She had merged with it, and it with her. And yet, somewhere deep inside, Alicia felt a flicker of defiance. A tiny spark that refused to die, no matter how deeply the darkness pressed in on her. She didn't want to be here. She didn't want to be consumed. She didn't want to belong to the house. The darkness around her shifted, as if the house was listening, waiting. The pulse of its heartbeat thrummed louder in her ears, but the sensation wasn't painful. It wasn't suffocating. No, this time it was almost welcoming. The house was calling her deeper, urging her to surrender to it fully. She could feel its essence within her, its desires coiling through her mind. Alicia's eyes snapped open, the pressure in her chest becoming too much to bear. She was aware, more aware than she had ever been before. She could see now, not just with her eyes, but with her mind. The house stretched out in all directions, its corridors infinite, twisting and turning like a living labyrinth. Every room, every corner, every shadow was now a part of her consciousness, and she understood. She understood everything. But it wasn't enough. Something was missing. Her breath caught in her throat as she realized, with a start, what it was. The house had claimed her, yes, but she had yet to truly understand the depth of its darkness. There was something deeper. Something hidden within the heart of the house that had remained locked away, buried beneath layers of shadows and time. The pulse in her chest began to shift, changing from a rhythmic beat to a frantic, erratic pounding, as though something was struggling to break free. The shadows began to twist more violently now, their forms writhing as though they were alive, and the air grew cold, colder than it had ever been. The warmth that had once enveloped her was gone, replaced by an overwhelming chill that seemed to seep into her very bones. Alicia's hands trembled as she looked down at her own skin. It was pale, almost translucent, as if the darkness itself had drained her of all color, of all vitality. She was no longer entirely human. She had become a part of the house, and the house was becoming a part of her. The pulse quickened, faster and faster, until it was nothing but a deafening drumbeat that rattled her very soul. The shadows around her thickened, pressing closer, suffocating her once again. She could feel the weight of the house's power pushing against her, dragging her deeper into its endless depths. And then she saw it, a door. But this door was different from the others. This one was ancient, its surface cracked and weathered, its frame warped with time. The air around it shimmered with a strange energy, a dark force that twisted and contorted as if it were trying to hold the door shut, to keep whatever lay beyond from escaping. Alicia's heart pounded in her chest as she stepped toward the door, her legs unsteady beneath her. She didn't know why she was drawn to it, why she felt the need to open it. But she couldn't resist. The house was pulling her toward it, and the heartbeat in her chest matched the rhythm of the dark pulse that emanated from the door. Her hand reached out, trembling, and she placed it on the cold surface of the door. The moment her fingers touched the wood, a jolt of energy shot through her, a shock so intense that she gasped, stumbling back. The door seemed to hum with a life of its own, as if it were alive, aware of her presence. And then the door creaked open. The darkness on the other side was suffocating, like the air itself was trying to drag her in, but something was different about it. This wasn't the same darkness that had consumed her before. This was darker, more malevolent. There was an edge to it, something wrong, and yet it beckoned her, calling her forward into the unknown. Alicia hesitated, her heart racing as the shadows beyond the door seemed to reach out to her, pulling her toward it. The house, the very core of it, was calling her. It was summoning her, and she knew, deep within her, that if she stepped through this door, there would be no turning back. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen, caught between the lure of the darkness and the strange pull of the house's embrace. The pulse in her chest quickened, echoing in her mind, growing louder, faster. And then she understood. The house had always been alive. It had always been waiting. But it wasn't just the house that had claimed her. It was something else. The door beckoned. But it was no longer a question of whether or not she could resist. The house had always known this moment would come. The door was not just a door. It was the gateway to the final truth, to the heart of the house, and beyond that, to a realm she had never truly understood. The door creaked wider, and the darkness beyond it spilled forward, a flood of shadow that washed over her like a tidal wave. It was a force so powerful, so consuming, that it felt as though it were erasing her very existence, replacing everything she had ever known with its cold, suffocating void. Alicia took one step forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the air around her seemed to explode in a rush of cold and light. The house howled, a sound so deafening that it rattled the very foundation of her mind. The pulse that had filled her chest suddenly stopped, replaced by an intense silence that seemed to press down on her. The light in front of her flickered, and then vanished, and the pulse returned, but this time it was different. It was no longer a rhythm, no longer a beat. It was a voice that had been silent for too long. The house whispered, and Alicia understood. This was the true heart of the house, the part that had been hidden for so long, the true darkness that had always waited, patiently, for the right moment to merge. And now it was awake, and she was its vessel. There was no turning back. The house had claimed her, forever, and she was its now. The door slammed shut behind her, and the house's heartbeat throbbed louder, stronger. It had begun. Alicia's body was no longer her own. The moment the door slammed shut behind her, something inside her snapped. The darkness that had once been merely a force now felt like a living thing, swirling around her, wrapping her in its suffocating embrace. The house, the true heart of it, pulsed with an insidious rhythm that flowed through her veins, its presence more overwhelming than anything she had ever felt. Her eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw the faces of those who had come before her, the ones who had been swallowed by the house, who had vanished into the endless void of its walls, their bodies lost to time. But as soon as the thought appeared, it was gone, swallowed by the growing emptiness inside her. There was no room for thoughts anymore. The house had taken her mind and twisted it into something unrecognizable. She could feel the heartbeat of the house now. It was inside her, part of her. The pulse was relentless, the rhythm echoing through her chest and vibrating through her bones, filling every corner of her being. It was both a comfort and a cage, a song that had been playing for eternity. And now it was her song too. She tried to speak, but no words came. Her voice had been swallowed by the house, silenced by the suffocating presence that surrounded her. The darkness pressed in closer, the air thick with a weight that felt like it was crushing her from all sides. It wasn't just the house that surrounded her anymore. It was everything. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist around her, stretching into infinite corridors of shadow and ruin. The light that had briefly flickered before her eyes was gone now. All that was left was the cold, unyielding blackness. And yet, in the depths of it, Alicia could feel something pulling at her, tugging her deeper into the heart of the house. She was no longer standing in one place. No, she was moving, floating, drifting through an endless, dark expanse. The house itself was taking her, dragging her along with its pulse, its rhythm. She wanted to resist. She wanted to scream. But there was no escape. The house had claimed her, and she could feel it in every inch of her being. Her thoughts were slipping away like sand through her fingers. The weight of the house, its vastness, its eternity, was bearing down on her. And then, without warning, she was no longer alone. The darkness that surrounded her seemed to shift, to form shapes, to become something else entirely. Shadows materialized, their forms flickering in and out of existence. Faces, so many faces, appeared before her, their features twisted and distorted. Some of them looked familiar. Some of them were strangers, their eyes hollow, their mouths open in silent screams. They were the lost souls, the ones who had come before her, the ones who had been consumed by the house. They were part of it now. Alicia reached out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against one of the faces. It felt cold, like ice, but when she pulled her hand back, the face lingered, attached to her by an invisible thread. It was pulling her closer, and the more she tried to move away, the more the faces crowded in, their whispers growing louder and louder, until it felt as though her mind was going to explode. "Come," one of the voices whispered, its tone cold and raspy. "You belong here. You are us now." Alicia's chest tightened, her breath becoming shallow as the voices echoed in her mind. She was drowning in them, drowning in their pain, their terror, their loss. The faces pressed closer, and Alicia could feel herself becoming one with them, could feel herself slipping into their eternity. The weight of it all was suffocating. Alicia screamed. This time, she could hear it. The sound was weak, broken, as though it had been torn from the depths of her soul. She struggled to pull herself free from the faces, from the cold grasp of the house, but they were relentless. The darkness twisted around her, swallowing her, and she could feel herself being drawn deeper into the void. "Let go," one of the voices whispered, and Alicia felt herself shudder as the words wormed their way into her consciousness. "You are one of us. You always have been." Her thoughts fragmented, pieces of her mind scattering like leaves in the wind. She fought to hold on to herself, to hold on to the faintest shred of who she had been before the house claimed her. But it was impossible. She could feel it. The house was inside her now, and there was no escape from it. The pulse of the house grew louder, faster, until it was all she could hear, all she could feel. It was her heartbeat now. It was her rhythm. She was a part of the house, and the house was a part of her. And then, as the faces surrounded her, as the whispers consumed her, Alicia realized the truth. She wasn't just a part of the house. She was the house. Her breath caught in her throat as the realization hit her like a wave. drowning her in its weight. She was no longer Alicia. She was everything. The house, the darkness, the lost souls, the pulse. It was all one now. She was a reflection of it, a reflection of its eternal, suffocating existence, and there was no going back. The faces faded. The whispers ceased. Alicia was alone, but not truly. She was home. The house had claimed her, had become her, and she would never leave. She was a part of its endless, eternal song, and the song would never stop. The house was alive. And now, so was she. Alicia stood, though she wasn't truly standing. The sensation of being anchored the house was beyond comprehension now, beyond words. She wasn't herself anymore. She was the house. Every heartbeat, every thrum of the darkness, every inch of the pulse that had once filled her chest now coursed through every fiber of the house. The walls were her skin. The air was her breath. The foundation beneath her feet was her heartbeat. But as the darkness of the house pulsed around her, something unexpected happened. A flicker of something broke through the thick fog of her mind. A faint thought, a glimmer of clarity. It was her, the Alicia she had once been. And she hated the idea of letting go. She felt the pull of the house again, stronger now, wrapping its tendrils around her, trying to erase the last vestiges of who she had been, trying to twist her into a permanent part of its endless, eternal web. But in that small sliver of awareness, she fought back. I don't want to forget. I don't want to be lost. The thought felt like a scream in her mind. A scream so faint, so desperate, that it almost seemed to vanish before it could be realized. She tried to move, to reach for something, anything, that could help her hold on to herself, to the part of her that was still alive. The shadows shifted, almost as if they had noticed her resistance. They stirred, swirling in the air around her, pressing closer, tighter, as if to remind her that there was no escape. But she didn't stop. She fought. She had to. Alicia's surroundings began to shift once again, as though the house itself was responding to her thoughts. The once dark, suffocating void began to open, revealing a hall. A long, narrow corridor lined with mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of herself. The reflections twisted, distorted, growing more fragmented as they progressed down the hall. She could see the faces of those who had been lost, those who had come before her, those who had been swallowed by the house. But these faces weren't like the ones she had seen before. No, these faces were familiar. They were her faces, her expressions, each one twisted into a version of herself she didn't recognize. Each step she took down the hall brought more of her past to light. The reflections of her younger self, of her family, of moments in time that had been forgotten, sealed away behind the walls of the house. But as she looked closer, she realized something deeply unsettling. The faces weren't just hers. They were hers, but twisted. A memory she had forgotten had surfaced, one she had buried so deeply that it had been nearly erased from her mind. A memory of a life she had once lived, before the house had called to her. She could hear faint whispers now, though these were different from the house's usual hum. These were voices she recognized, voices from her past, from her life before the house had claimed her. They spoke to her, calling her name. Alicia, Alicia, come back. The words broke through the fog, momentarily piercing the veil of the house's influence. Alicia gasped, her heart pounding in her chest. She remembered them. Her family, her home. Those voices, her mother's, her father's. They had once been part of her life, before the house had claimed her, before she had become one with it. The faces in the mirrors changed. The distorted versions of herself began to fade, replaced by the faces of her family. She could see her younger self, her parents, her childhood home, a home full of laughter, love, and warmth. It was everything she had forgotten. And yet, as the reflection of her family grew clearer, Alicia could feel something tugging at her, pulling her deeper into the abyss of the house. It was the house. It was trying to reclaim her. to remind her of her place in this endless nightmare. It was too late to go back. She had already given herself to it. She was part of it now. There was no escape. The mirrors flickered again, and for the briefest moment, Alicia thought she saw something else. Something that didn't belong. A crack in the mirror. A fracture that pulsed with a different energy. The heartbeat of the house began to slow, but something else filled the space. A presence darker than the house itself. It was the thing that had lurked beneath it all. The force that had waited for her to step into the heart of the house. "You are mine." The voice was a growl, a low and guttural sound that rattled the walls. The mirrors shattered, their pieces flying across the room like shards of broken glass. Each fragment seemed to carry a piece of her soul, pieces of who she once was. Her family, her life, her freedom. But the moment the shards scattered, she felt the weight of the house's presence grow heavier, suffocating her, pulling her back into its depths. The air turned cold, colder than it had ever been, and the pulse of the house slowed to a dissonant rhythm, like a heart in distress. Alicia stumbled backward, gasping for air, but she couldn't move. The shadows closed in around her again, encircling her like a prison of darkness, and in the distance she saw it. The source of the force that had claimed her, the door. The same door that had beckoned her earlier. It stood there, framed in shadows, waiting for her. But it was no longer a way out. It was a portal to something else, something more terrifying. "Alicia," the voice whispered, its tone softer now, almost seductive. "You've always been here, in this house. The door is open for you. The house has always claimed you, and now you belong to it." The darkness around her shifted again, becoming something more tangible. A presence. A cold wind swept through the room, carrying with it a smell, damp, decaying, like the earth had swallowed something ancient and forgotten. The door beckoned her. But this time she didn't feel the pull of surrender. She felt something else. A lingering doubt. A crack in the house's grip. A flicker of resistance that was far too weak to push the shadows away, but strong enough to remind her of the part of her that hadn't fully given in. The shadows tightened around her. The house was calling her home. She had always belonged here, in its heart, in its dark embrace. There was no more freedom, no more escape. Only the endless cycle of the house's heartbeat, its rhythm, its call. But in the depths of the house, Alicia felt a flicker of her former self rise. Weak, distant, but still there. Something inside her screamed against the house's grip. She wanted to remember. She wanted to break free. And yet, no matter how hard she fought, no matter how much she struggled, she knew one thing. The house would always have her. The door closed with a finality that echoed in her bones. And Alicia was alone. But not truly. She was part of the house, and the house was a part of her, and so they would remain, forever. The last echo of her scream was swallowed by the dark. Alicia's mind swirled in a haze of darkness, but beneath the suffocating weight of the house, a single thought fought to break free. She could still feel the pulse, the rhythm of the house in her chest, as it echoed through every inch of her being. The heartbeat was a constant, unyielding presence, like a clock ticking in the background of her consciousness, reminding her of her place within the house, within its endless embrace. She could feel the walls, their cold, lifeless texture against her skin. The shadows were thick and heavy, wrapping around her, pulling at her, urging her to let go. The whispers, too, were a constant hum in her mind, a never-ending chorus of voices, each one familiar yet foreign. They whispered of her, of the house, of eternity. But among them, Alicia felt a flicker of something that wasn't the house's influence. Was it her own voice? She could almost hear it, a soft murmur beneath the other voices. A reminder of who she was, of where she had come from. No. That part of her was lost. It had been erased, replaced with the unyielding presence of the house, with the house's soul merging with hers. until she could no longer tell where she ended and the house began. There was no escape. There had never been an escape. But she still felt it. The heartbeat, yes, but also the warmth. The fleeting warmth of something she once knew. A memory, half formed, half dissolved. As if hearing her thoughts, the house responded. Its pulse quickened, faster now, almost erratic. The shadows around her seemed to press closer, the darkness growing thicker, suffocating her. "You are one with us, Alicia." The voice, deeper now, reverberated through her body, seeping into her thoughts, consuming her consciousness. Alicia trembled, her breath shallow as the house's voice filled her mind. She didn't want to belong to it. Not like this. Not to become just another shadow among the forgotten souls. Another reflection in the endless mirrors of the house's interior. She didn't want to lose herself to the dark, to the pulse that had claimed her so completely. But in the depths of the house, there was a strange truth, something that fought against the fear, against the despair. She had always known this place. She had always been a part of it, had always felt its pull. She had been drawn here, time and time again. It was in her blood, her very nature. The house's pulse quickened again, almost a frantic rhythm now, and Alicia felt it resonate in her chest, in her bones. She closed her eyes, the weight of the darkness pressing down on her. But the pulse continued to thrash through her, driving her thoughts into chaos. "You are part of us, Alicia. You are ours." She opened her eyes, and the room around her seemed to shimmer. The shadows bending and twisting into shapes that weren't there before. The air itself seemed to warp and shift, swirling in a strange dance around her. The darkness was no longer just an oppressive void, it was alive. It was aware of her, pulling at her, trying to claim her entirely. But something inside her resisted. A small spark of defiance flared in her chest, igniting a fire within the suffocating dark. Her hands shook as she clenched them into fists, trying to focus on the pulse, trying to separate it from herself. It was the only thing she could hold on to. It was the only thing that kept her tethered to something beyond the house. Her breath quickened as the shadows around her twisted, pulling at her, trying to erase the last remnants of who she was. She could feel her own memories slipping away, like sand through her fingers. But there was still something left. There had to be something. "You belong to me." The voice rang through her head like 1,000 echoes. But Alicia no longer felt afraid. She wasn't afraid of the house anymore. No. She was afraid of losing herself, of becoming just another piece of this endless labyrinth, of forgetting everything that made her who she had once been. She reached out with her mind, trying to grasp onto that last thread of herself. The warmth, the memory of her past, of her family, of her life before the house. She clung to it with all her strength, but the darkness pushed back, pressing harder against her, trying to smother the light. The pulse, the rhythm of the house slowed. For a brief moment, the heartbeat faltered, and Alicia felt a shift, a ripple in the dark, as though the house itself was listening. The pulse stuttered again, and for an instant, the house's grip loosened, just enough for her to breathe. She gasped for air, feeling the weight of the darkness lifting, ever so slightly. But she knew it wasn't enough. She couldn't stay in the house's embrace, not like this. It would consume her, piece by piece, until she was nothing. She had to break free. The moment the thought formed, the darkness around her rippled again. The pulse picked up, faster now, more insistent, as though the house had realized what she was doing. The shadows snapped tighter, wrapping around her, pulling her deeper, and she felt the house's presence pushing against her thoughts, trying to smother her, to pull her back into the suffocating abyss. Alicia's mind raced, fighting against the overwhelming force. She could feel herself slipping. She could feel the house, the darkness, trying to absorb her completely. But she couldn't let go. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she struggled, trying to push back against the force that sought to take her. She reached inside herself, deeper, to that tiny flicker of light, of warmth. She focused on it, felt the smallest spark of hope, and for the first time, she knew what she had to do. She had to let go. Let go of the house. Let go of the pulse. Let go of the darkness. But she didn't know if she could. She had been consumed by it for so long that the thought of separating herself from it felt impossible. How could she leave when the house had become her? When it was so deeply a part of her that she couldn't tell where she ended and it began? The pulse thrummed louder. The shadows grew darker, denser. The house was rising, filling every corner of her mind, tightening its grip. Alicia closed her eyes, focusing on that tiny spark of light, that last breath of life. The warmth of her memories, of her past, of everything she had lost. The house growled, its voice now a deep, rumbling roar, and Alicia let go. In that instant, the darkness exploded outward, collapsing in on itself, twisting and tearing apart. The house screamed, its pulse faltering, and Alicia felt her body jerk forward, as if she were being pulled from the very fabric of the house itself. For a split second, there was silence, and then nothing. Alicia stood in the void, gasping for breath, but the darkness was gone. The heartbeat had stopped. The house was no longer there. She was free. But as she stood in the emptiness, looking around at the space that had once been the house, something stirred in her heart. A cold, familiar presence that lingered just at the edge of her mind. The house was still with her, and it always would be. Alicia's mind reeled as the darkness, which had once been suffocating, slowly began to lift. The house had receded. Its pulse, its heartbeat, its suffocating grip had all but vanished. But a strange coldness lingered within her. It wasn't the cold of the house, no longer a force pressing on her body. This was something else. A hollow sensation deep inside her, something she couldn't quite place. She was standing in an unfamiliar space, a place that existed outside of the house, outside of the darkness. Yet, it felt just as wrong as the house had, but in a different way. There were no walls around her now, no creaking floors or oppressive shadows, just emptiness, and yet she could still feel it. The house was gone, yes, but it had left its mark. Something had shifted in her, something deep, something that had been absorbed and was now irrevocably a part of her. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She couldn't escape the weight in her chest, the pull of something distant, something that called to her even now. It was a feeling of loss, of separation. A part of her had been left behind, part of the house, her part of the house. And though the house had let go of her, she hadn't completely let go of the house. It was a cruel paradox. One she couldn't understand but couldn't deny. A strange connection, a tether that refused to snap despite everything she had endured. Alicia opened her eyes. The silence around her deafening. She could feel it. The pull, the presence. Something was still there. Something that was her and wasn't. The air seemed to hum around her. The space stretched infinitely in all directions, dark and void-like. There were no shapes, no forms. Only the vast emptiness, and the oppressive weight of the house still lingering beneath her skin. She reached out, her hand trembling, but there was nothing to grasp. Just endless, yawning nothingness. There was no escape from this place, no guide, no voice. She had been freed from the house, but it had only led her here, to this hollow space where time no longer mattered. The sound of a door creaking open echoed in the silence, a familiar sound, and Alicia spun around to face it. But there was no door, only the soft whisper of a presence that seemed to dance on the edge of her perception, pulling at her like an invisible thread. "Come back," it whispered, and the voice was as familiar as her own thoughts. Alicia flinched. It was the house. Or was it? No, the house was gone. But somehow she knew it wasn't truly gone. It had left a part of itself behind, buried deep within her. The shadows in her mind flickered. but they were no longer part of the house's ancient architecture. No, this was something different, something more personal. This was her shadow, something that existed only because she had walked the path the house had set out for her. She had been a vessel for the house. She had given herself over to it. And now it was a part of her, feeding off her every breath, whispering to her from within. The voice spoke again. Louder this time. Return to the heart. Alicia's heart skipped a beat, and she took a step back. She had no idea what this heart was or what it meant. Her mind screamed at her to stop, to resist, to break free from the house's reach once and for all. But the tug in her chest was stronger now, its pull inescapable. It was like the house had always been the center of her existence, and now, without it, she was nothing. I'm not yours anymore. Alicia whispered through clenched teeth, but the words fell flat hollow. She had no power here. She was still tied to the house, bound by the shadows and the echoes of its memory. And yet, the house was not the same. The voices, the walls, the endless corridors, all of it had ceased to be what they once were. The house had crumbled, its heartbeat stilled. But she was still part of it, and now, the question remained. What was left of her when everything she had known had been stripped away? She could feel the weight of that question pressing against her mind like a stone. The very fabric of her existence had been irrevocably altered. What was she now? What was left of Alicia, the person who had once been a daughter, a sister, a woman with a life before the house? And yet, when she closed her eyes, she could feel the pulse again. The dark rhythm that had once been the house's heartbeat now seemed to thrum softly within her chest, a rhythm she couldn't deny. The house's memory, its essence, had been fused into her. There was no escape. The house had taken her soul and woven itself into the very core of her being. But perhaps it wasn't just the house she had become. Alicia raised her hand, watching the faint shimmering light that seemed to emanate from her own fingertips. It was not the familiar cold darkness of the house, not the oppressive weight of the shadows. It was warm, a faint, golden glow that pulsed in rhythm with her heart. It wasn't the house anymore. It was her. She stood in the void, no longer feeling the suffocating weight of the shadows pressing down on her. The space around her seemed to expand, stretching out like a canvas, blank and empty, yet full of potential. For the first time in what felt like forever, she felt the smallest flicker of freedom. Maybe she had been wrong. Maybe she had thought the house was the source of her strength, of her very existence. But now, in the stillness, Alicia understood the truth. She had been the one who had allowed herself to be consumed. The house had fed off her fear, her memories, her will to live. And yet, in the end, it was her that had endured, and now she was free to choose. Her chest tightened with understanding. The house had taken her, but she could take herself back. She could rebuild. The shadows that had once ruled her were now only a whisper, fading with each passing moment. The house had tried to break her, but in its depths, she had found herself. In its heartbeat, she had found her own rhythm. She didn't need the house to define her. She was more than just a reflection of its darkness. She was the light that had always flickered within her, and in this endless expanse, this blank canvas of reality, Alicia understood the full weight of her choice. She could leave behind the echoes of the house. She could step forward into the unknown, away from the darkness, away from the pull of the past. But as she took her first step into the new, infinite space, she realized something even more profound. The house was not truly gone. The heartbeat still pulsed within her, and it always would. But she could choose how to live with it. Alicia breathed in deeply, feeling the weight of the house within her, and smiled. For the first time in a long while, she was ready. Ready to create her own path, even if it meant walking through the shadows, and even if the echoes of the house would always follow her. She was free, and that was enough. The endless expanse stretched out before her, and with each step, the house's whispers faded, its pulse growing softer, quieter, until there was nothing but her own heartbeat. And with that, Alicia walked forward into the unknown. The echoes of the forgotten were still there, but they no longer held her captive, and she was finally free. Alicia's steps were steady now, her mind clearing with every movement she made through the boundless space that stretched endlessly before her. She could still feel the presence of the house, an indelible echo buried deep within her, but it was no longer suffocating. The house had been a part of her, yes, but no longer the defining part. She was not its shadow, nor its reflection. She was something more. With each step, she became more herself, more aware of the autonomy that was slowly returning to her. The space around her, once a dark and oppressive void, seemed to shift in response to her thoughts. The shadows that had once closed in around her, like a suffocating cloak, now seemed to fade as her intentions began to take root. It was as if the very fabric of reality bent to her presence, allowing her to carve out a path of her own. The pulse of the house, the rhythmic heartbeat that had once been an ever-present force, grew quieter, fainter. The more Alicia embraced her own will, the softer it became, until it was almost imperceptible, a distant hum in the back of her mind. She could feel its memory, but it no longer had control over her. She was the one in charge now. And yet, even as the house's grip loosened, Alicia could sense the lingering traces of its influence. The shadows still held secrets, whispers of things she couldn't yet understand. She felt it in her bones, in the small flickers of her own subconscious, that there were deeper layers to this place she had yet to explore. There were still parts of herself that needed to be uncovered, memories she had yet to reclaim. The echoes of the house, the souls that had once been part of it, still called to her. But they no longer terrified her. They no longer haunted her. They were simply part of the vast tapestry of her existence now. They were pieces of her. The dark, the light, the memories of pain and joy, a loss and discovery. These were all parts of the same whole. She stood still for a moment, feeling the weight of everything she had been through. The endless corridors, the suffocating grip of the house, the sacrifices she had made, and the small victories she had won. The darkness had once felt inescapable, but now it was merely another part of the journey. She wasn't running from it anymore. She had faced it, and in facing it, she had found something more. Alicia smiled softly. In that smile, there was freedom. There was an understanding of the journey she had been on, of the path she had walked. It wasn't a straight line. It wasn't simple. But it was hers. As she took another step into the endless expanse, the ground beneath her feet began to change. It was subtle at first, a soft shimmer, like sunlight glinting off water. But soon, the space before her began to take on shape. The void was filling in, slowly but surely, creating the contours of a new reality. It was the beginning. The ground solidified beneath her, the once unfamiliar space now a canvas for her to shape. A distant light appeared, faint but undeniable, illuminating the path before her. She could feel it pulling her forward, guiding her toward the next step in her journey, but this time, the choice was hers. She could go forward or go back. She could choose the direction. Her heart swelled with a mixture of fear and excitement, but this time, it was a different kind of fear. It was the fear of the unknown, the kind of fear that was fueled by possibility, not terror. For the first time in what felt like forever, she had the power to choose her own path. Alicia glanced back for a moment. Behind her was the endless darkness, the house, the memories, the haunting echoes. She could feel them, feel it, but she didn't need to turn back. She didn't need to go back there. The house had been a part of her. But it was not the end of her. She had broken free, and the path ahead of her was one she could shape with every thought, with every step. The memories of the house, of the darkness, would always remain a part of her, but they would no longer define her. She wasn't a prisoner of her past anymore. With one final look ahead, Alicia stepped forward into the light. The light was warm, gentle, yet all-encompassing. It surrounded her like a blanket, comforting her, embracing her, but it was not suffocating. It was a light of her own making, a light she had found within herself. The path before her stretched out endlessly, and for the first time in her life, she knew that it wasn't the house that had led her here. It was her. With each step she took, the path continued to unfold, the ground beneath her feet solidifying, blooming into something new, something uniquely hers. The path was long, and she knew there would be obstacles, challenges to face, but the house was no longer there to weigh her down. It was just her, and the endless horizon. As she walked, the light grew brighter, illuminating more and more of the path ahead. She wasn't lost anymore. She wasn't running. She was moving forward, and with each step, the house, the pulse, the darkness, faded further into the distance, no longer a force she had to fear. It was simply a shadow behind her, a memory that had shaped her, but it no longer had control. In the distance, Alicia saw something, a figure standing before her, silhouetted by the light. As she drew closer, the figure began to take shape, becoming clearer until she recognized it. It was her, but not the Alicia from before, not the one who had been lost in the house, struggling to break free. This was a new version of herself, stronger, clearer, free. She smiled at herself, and the figure mirrored the smile. "You've made it," her reflection said, and Alicia nodded. She had. She had made it. She had broken free. And now? The path ahead was hers to walk, no longer a prisoner of the house, no longer bound by the darkness. The figure of herself faded into the light, and Alicia took another step forward. The journey had only just begun, and she was ready. The echoes of the past of the house would always be there, but they were no longer a threat. They were simply a part of her story. The house was gone, and she was free. Alicia stood in the light, feeling the warmth of it seep into her skin, into her very soul. The house, its shadows, its pulse, its suffocating grip, had finally faded, leaving nothing but the open expanse before her. The path she walked was solid now, the ground beneath her feet steady and real. Each step she took felt lighter, freer, as if the weight of everything that had bound her was slowly, but surely lifting from her shoulders. For the first time in what felt like forever, she could breathe. She could think. She wasn't a part of the house anymore. The house that had defined her, that had shaped her existence, had been nothing more than a chapter in her story. A dark chapter, yes, but one that had come to an end. The horizon stretched out before her, wide and open, unmarked by any boundary or limit. It was infinite, filled with possibility. The world beyond was hers to shape. She could walk as far as she wanted, explore every corner of this new reality, and know that she had the power to choose what came next. As Alicia walked, she noticed that the light seemed to grow brighter with every step she took. The ground beneath her feet had started to bloom with vibrant colors, the once sterile expanse now alive with energy. Flowers, bright, dazzling, sprouted from the earth, filling the air with a fresh, sweet scent that reminded her of spring. Trees rose from the ground, their branches reaching toward the sky, covered in leaves that shimmered in the light. Birds, real birds, not the ethereal whispers of the past, flew through the air, their songs filling the vast space with the sound of freedom. Alicia smiled. This place, this world, was not like anything she had ever known. It was new. It was fresh. It was hers. She could feel the weight of the house receding, not in a moment of shock or violent upheaval, but in a slow, deliberate unwinding. The pulse of the house, the thing that had once been so oppressive, was now just a faint echo, like the hum of distant machinery. It was there, yes, but it no longer held any power over her. She stopped for a moment, standing in the middle of the path. The wind moved through her hair, and she closed her eyes, allowing the sensation to wash over her. The air here was different, clearer, freer. It didn't carry the stale, damp scent of the house. It smelled of possibility, of fresh beginnings, of something new. Alicia could feel her chest swell with emotion. She had been trapped for so long, caught in the web of the house's pulse. But now she was free. She had escaped. Hadn't she? A flicker of doubt rose in her mind. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A whisper in the back of her thoughts. Is this real? She shook her head, brushing the thought away. The path before her was real. This freedom, this space, it was real. She could feel it in the way the light warmed her skin, the way the ground beneath her feet felt solid. It was as real as anything had ever been. But even as the thought slipped away, she couldn't help but wonder. The house had been a part of her, yes, but so much of her had been lost within it. Was this place, this new freedom, really hers? Or was it simply another manifestation of the house? Another layer of its influence, wrapped in a different form? No, she refused to let that thought take root. This was her path. She had earned it. She had fought for it. She was no longer a prisoner of the house's darkness. She was free. Alicia's pace quickened, and with each step, the world around her seemed to grow more vibrant, more alive. The sky, once blank and empty, was now painted in shades of gold, pink, and blue, the colors shifting and swirling like the dawn of a new day. She felt the warmth of the sun, real warmth, touch her skin. The air was filled with the sweet scent of flowers, of life, of growth. Everything around her was bursting with potential. And then she heard it. A sound, faint at first, but unmistakable. It was the sound of a door creaking open. Alicia froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned, her gaze drawn to the distant edge of the path. There, barely visible in the distance, was a door, the same door from before, the door that had beckoned her in the depths of the house, the door that had led her to the final confrontation. But now it looked different. The door wasn't dark, warped, or twisted. No, it was bathed in light, its edges glowing softly as if it were part of the very landscape, part of the world around her. It wasn't a doorway into the past. It wasn't a portal to the house. It was something new. Was it? Alicia hesitated, uncertainty creeping into her chest once again. She had walked so far, left so much behind. The house had claimed her, shaped her, trapped her. But now she was free. She was alive, and this place, this reality, was hers to shape. And yet that door, even bathed in light, felt like a challenge. It was familiar, something that beckoned to the very core of her. The house had shaped her, yes, but so had the memories she had fought to reclaim. It was a part of her now. And that door, was it a doorway to freedom, or was it a temptation to return, to face what she had left behind? The pull of the door was undeniable. It was familiar, almost like a whisper in the back of her mind. The door was calling to her. Alicia's breath caught in her throat, and her pulse quickened. She felt herself torn between the path ahead, the new horizon that beckoned, and the door that promised answers, or perhaps closure. She had walked so far to escape the house, to free herself from its suffocating grasp. But was she really free? Or was she merely wandering, searching for something that wasn't there? The decision was hers to make. The door, the path, the light, they all lay before her, waiting. And Alicia, with all the strength she had gained, knew this was her moment to choose. She could turn away and walk down the path that stretched before her, the path to freedom, to unknown horizons, to a life of possibility. Or she could step through the door and face whatever lay beyond, knowing that the house, or what was left of it, would always be a part of her. And with that understanding, Alicia took a deep breath. She made her choice. With steady steps, she turned away from the door and walked into the light, into the horizon that awaited her. The house was no longer her home. The infinite expanse ahead of her, this was her home. The journey had begun, and she was ready. Alicia's feet moved effortlessly along the path, the soft earth beneath her shoes solid, yet gently yielding with each step. The warmth of the light filled her chest with something resembling hope, but it wasn't quite hope. It was the realization that she had truly broken free from the house, from the suffocating grip of the darkness, and that she was no longer bound by the choices that had led her to that place. This was her path, a path of her own making. The air around her shimmered in the golden light, the scent of flowers lingering on the breeze. She glanced up, and before her, the horizon was not just a line separating the earth from the sky. It was a promise. The sun hung low in the sky, its rays bathing everything in warm amber, slowly pulling the world into the embrace of a new day. She could feel the tug in her heart, the pull of something new, something alive. The endless expanse stretched out before her, limitless, full of uncharted possibilities. No walls, no dark corners, just the open road, waiting for her to define it, to claim it. It was almost surreal. Alicia stopped walking for a moment, and the world seemed to pause with her. The breeze tousled her hair, and the warm glow of the sun touched her skin, wrapping around her like a soft blanket. She had lived in darkness for so long, held captive by the house, that this newfound freedom felt strange, like a dream. A dream she wasn't sure she deserved, but she did. She had fought for this, and she wasn't done fighting yet. She looked behind her, just for a second. The house, the shadowed realm that had once been her prison, was gone. But in the distance, she could still feel its remnants. Its essence lingered in the air, like the final whisper of a forgotten song, just on the edge of hearing. But it's gone, she reminded herself. It no longer controls me. Alicia nodded to herself, a sense of conviction rising in her chest. She would carry the memories of the house, its dark grip, its pulse, its suffocating hold, but they would not define her anymore. She was more than that. She was no longer bound by it. She was free to walk her own path. The house might have shaped her once, but it would no longer be the ruler of her story. She turned away from the faint echo of the house and continued down the path, her steps sure and steady. With each step, she felt more of herself return. The weight of her past, the confusion, the fear, the endless cycles of the house's influence, seemed to dissolve into the air, leaving her lighter, freer. The road ahead stretched out, and though it was still undefined, it was hers. She would forge it with every thought, every step, every breath. She walked for what felt like hours, but the world around her never seemed to grow darker. The sun never fully set. It remained perpetually golden, casting a warm glow on everything it touched. She passed forests, vast fields, and open plains. The landscape seemed to breathe with her, as if it, too, was waking up, awakening to a new beginning. But even in this new reality, there was a shadow, an ever-present reminder that the house had once been a part of her, had once shaped her existence in ways she couldn't yet fully understand. The feeling wasn't oppressive anymore, not like before. It was more like an old scar, one that had healed but never completely faded. A part of her story, and yet Alicia didn't mind. The scar was a part of her. It reminded her of her strength, of her resilience. It was a sign of survival. As the day wore on, the landscape changed again. The horizon ahead became a shimmering expanse of crystal waters, vast and still, stretching as far as the eye could see. The reflection of the sun danced across the surface, turning the water into a sparkling sea of light. Alicia slowed her pace as she approached the water, mesmerized by its beauty. She stood at the edge, gazing out at the endless ocean that stretched before her. The water was calm, inviting, and Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her as the breeze played with her hair. The ocean was vast, she realized that, but so was the path she had chosen. The endless road ahead, There was so much yet to explore, so much yet to become. The house had once been everything. Its shadows had defined her, its walls had imprisoned her. But now there were no walls. No ceiling, no limitations. Alicia took a step into the shallows, the water cool on her feet. For a moment, she stood still, letting the water lap around her ankles, letting it ground her. She felt the pulse of her own heart, a rhythm in tune with the world around her, and smiled softly to herself. She had walked through darkness and come out on the other side. She had broken free, and the freedom was hers to define. Alicia closed her eyes, letting the sound of the waves calm her mind. She listened to the quiet rhythm of the world that was now hers to shape. And in that moment, she understood. The house was no longer a place. It was a part of her, a chapter in her story. But her story wasn't over. It wasn't defined by the house, by the darkness, or by the past. It was hers to write. The breeze carried a sense of possibility, and Alicia knew that whatever came next, whatever the future held, was hers. She would face it with strength, with grace, and with a mind no longer shackled by fear. Alicia stood at the edge of the water, gazing into the vast horizon, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt complete. This was her beginning, and there was no end in sight. The road stretched out ahead, infinite and open. The house, the darkness, the past, they were all behind her. And with a deep breath, Alicia took another step forward, into the unknown, into freedom. Alicia's feet sank gently into the soft sand at the edge of the shimmering ocean. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore was calming, grounding her. But her mind still buzzed with uncertainty. The vastness before her was both a comfort and a challenge. She had walked away from the house, away from everything that had once defined her, and now she stood on the precipice of something new. The ocean stretched infinitely, its waves curling and breaking in the distance. She had always thought of the ocean as a place of mystery, vast and unknowable, yet somehow serene. She had been consumed by a house, by a cycle of pain and fear, but now the ocean seemed to mirror her journey. The waves ebbed and flowed, seemingly endless, a reminder that life, too, was fluid, ever changing. There was no destination, no finish line. Just the ebb and flow of time, of choices, of moments. Alicia took a deep breath, the salty air filling her lungs, and allowed herself to be still for a moment. The house, its memory, the pulse that had once filled her being. They were there. Yes. But the vastness before her was an invitation to move forward. The past would always be a part of her, but it no longer needed to define the road ahead. For the first time, Alicia allowed herself to embrace the silence, to feel the stillness in the air. She had no agenda, no destination in mind. It was both terrifying and liberating to realize that she wasn't searching for anything anymore. She wasn't running from anything either. She was simply existing. She was living in this moment, and the moment was enough. As the waves kissed the shore, a thought flitted through her mind. She had been defined by the house for so long, by its grip on her body and soul. But now, the road ahead was hers to define, to shape. The ocean, like the world around her, was a blank canvas, waiting for her to fill it with whatever she chose. But the ocean, like the house, held its own mysteries. Its waves had an unpredictable nature, and with each passing tide, there were new challenges. She couldn't stay stagnant. She couldn't allow herself to be complacent. The ocean's pull, its deep waters, were always there, reminding her that there was more to explore, more to understand. Alicia took a step deeper into the water, the coolness surrounding her feet. With each step, the ocean seemed to rise, mirroring her journey. She felt the pull, the pressure against her skin as the water crept higher, swirling around her ankles, then her calves. There was a moment of resistance, as if the water itself was testing her resolve. But she didn't stop. The water rose higher, lapping at her thighs now, and Alicia felt something stir deep within her. It wasn't fear. It was anticipation. She could feel the rhythm of the waves now, pulsing in time with her heart. It was as if the ocean was speaking to her, urging her to let go, to let it carry her forward, to trust in the journey. The waves crashed against her with an intensity she hadn't anticipated, but with each forceful wave, she felt herself becoming more attuned to its rhythm. She was no longer fighting it. She was flowing with it. Alicia stood in the ocean, now waist deep, feeling the cool water against her skin. The rhythm of the tides matched the rhythm of her heart. She felt herself becoming one with the movement of the sea, just as she had become one with the house. But here, in this new space, there was no oppression, no darkness to weigh her down. The ocean, vast and unknown, was filled with potential, with freedom. For the first time in so long, she allowed herself to surrender to the current, to trust that it would carry her wherever she needed to go. The ocean was no longer a force to be feared. It was an ally, a partner in her journey, not an obstacle to overcome. It was a reminder that life was fluid, ever-shifting, and that Alicia was capable of navigating it. The water, like her, was in motion, ever-changing but always moving forward. As the waves gently rocked her, Alicia closed her eyes and let herself drift. She wasn't sure where the current would take her, but she knew she had the strength to navigate it. The house, its darkness, was behind her. But the echoes of her time there would remain. They were a part of her story, yes, but no longer the defining part. She had walked through it. She had survived it. And now she could move beyond it. Alicia opened her eyes to the wide, open sea before her. The horizon stretched endlessly, the colors of the sky blending into the ocean, creating a canvas of possibility. The sun was low now, casting a soft glow across the water, its light reflecting off the waves like thousands of tiny, dancing stars. She was free. And yet, she knew that freedom wasn't just a destination. It was the journey itself. The ocean's endless expanse was a reminder that the road ahead would never be linear. It would be full of twists, of unexpected currents, of moments when the waves might knock her down. But the ocean always moved forward, and so would she. The water was calming now, the waves gentle, carrying her forward, and Alicia found herself smiling. She wasn't lost. She was simply moving. There was no longer a need for fear, for control, for a destination. She could simply exist within this space, within this vast expanse, knowing that she was part of it all. She was part of the ebb and flow of life, of time, of the ocean. As Alicia drifted further into the sea, the horizon before her became clearer. It wasn't just a place. It was a promise, a new beginning. And for the first time, she felt truly at peace. No longer bound by the house, no longer tied to the shadows of her past. Alicia was free, and the ocean was her guide. The journey ahead, though uncertain, was hers to take, and she was ready. Alicia felt the water's steady embrace, its currents swirling gently around her, as if the ocean itself had recognized her as one of its own. It was a strange, comforting sensation, a fusion of surrender and control, as if she were being held by something ancient and vast, yet intimately familiar. The waves that had once seemed like obstacles now felt like an invitation, a chance to embrace the unknown. She closed her eyes once more, letting the rhythm of the ocean guide her thoughts. She wasn't running anymore. She wasn't lost. For the first time, she wasn't weighed down by the pull of the house or the shadows that had once consumed her. The house was gone, and its dark presence had been replaced by the vast expanse of the sea. The ocean wasn't a trap. It was freedom. It was life. The coolness of the water continued to soothe her as she allowed herself to float, weightless, drifting on the waves. There was no need to rush, no destination to reach, only the motion of the sea, its never-ending cycles, and the infinite horizon that lay ahead. Alicia opened her eyes to the setting sun, its rays casting golden streaks across the sky, reflecting off the water in a million tiny flashes of light. The beauty of the moment struck her deeply. The horizon was painted in shades of deep orange and pink, blending seamlessly into the deep blue of the ocean, creating a canvas of endless potential. Her fingers skimmed the water's surface, the coolness of it both invigorating and calming. She felt connected to the world in a way she never had before. The house, the darkness, the cycles, it was all a part of her story, yes, but it was no longer the story. Now, she was writing her own chapters, and the pages were still blank, waiting to be filled. For the first time, Alicia felt a deep sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. Gratitude for the darkness that had once seemed so consuming, because without it, she would never have found this moment. She would never have learned how to survive it. As the night began to fall, the ocean grew darker, but Alicia wasn't afraid. The night didn't mean the end. It wasn't the consuming darkness of the house. It was the peaceful stillness of the world, quiet and infinite. The waves continued to roll, each one lapping at her with a soothing rhythm. She could feel the world around her shifting with each wave, the energy of the tides, the pulse of the ocean, all working in harmony. Alicia's gaze shifted upward, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. They twinkled faintly at first, but as the night deepened, they grew brighter. Their light reflected in the still water below. The stars seemed to call to her, their glow reassuring, as though the universe itself was watching over her. The thought struck her then. She had once been consumed by the house, by its pull, by the illusion of its endlessness. But now she understood. The house wasn't the infinite expanse. The ocean was. The universe was. The world around her, with all its mystery, its cycles, its tides. It was infinite, just like her journey. There would always be new horizons, new experiences, new paths to explore. The house had been a chapter, yes, but it wasn't the entire book. Alicia wasn't bound by any walls anymore. The horizon, the ocean, the stars, they were all open to her, waiting for her to chart her own course. Alicia stood up, slowly, her feet steady in the shifting water, and she took a deep breath. There was a shift in the air now, as if the world around her had begun to hum with new energy, a new possibility. The stars above her shone brighter now, as if the sky itself was alive, embracing her. She could feel the waves beneath her feet, their gentle push like a gentle reminder, move forward. The world, vast and limitless, was waiting. For a moment, she thought back to the house, the memories, the dark corners of her past, but they no longer held any power over her. She wasn't lost anymore. She was free. With a final glance at the infinite horizon ahead, Alicia turned and began to walk. The water, now cool against her legs, parted as she moved, each step firm and purposeful. The ocean would guide her, yes, but it would also let her walk her own path. She was the captain of her own ship now, the navigator of her own journey. She had faced the darkness. She had fought her way through the heart of the house, and now she had emerged stronger. The shadows would always be a part of her. They would always be there, waiting in the distance. But she had learned to live with them, to accept them as part of her story. They no longer defined her. And now, she could walk forward. The water lapped at her feet, cool and constant. As she took her steps toward the horizon, toward the unknown, the house was gone. The darkness was gone. And Alicia knew that whatever came next, whatever the ocean would bring her, she would face it with strength and courage. The night grew deeper, but the stars continued to shine, steady and unwavering, as Alicia continued her journey into the unknown. Her path was hers to create, and with each step, she was closer to discovering the world, and herself, waiting on the other side of the horizon, the endless horizon, and she was ready for it. Alicia's steps grew more confident with each passing moment, the rhythmic pull of the ocean, now a companion rather than a challenge. The water around her was no longer an obstacle, but a guiding force. As she walked through the cool shallows, The world around her shimmered and shifted, both familiar and new. The stars overhead seemed to whisper ancient truths, secrets of the universe, and she felt them deep within her, pulling her forward with an energy she hadn't known she possessed. With every step, Alicia felt more connected to the earth beneath her, the vast ocean that stretched out before her, and the starlit sky above. It was as if the very elements were attuned to her presence, recognizing her not as a stranger, but as a part of the flow of the world. The gentle wind that tugged at her hair was no longer an idle breeze. It was alive, dancing with the tide, shaping the world, just as she now had the power to shape her own life. The pull of the horizon still beckoned, but it wasn't a call of fear or uncertainty. It was an invitation to explore, to discover, and to create. Alicia had spent so long feeling trapped within the house, lost in its endless labyrinth, that the vast expanse before her felt almost surreal. But now, with each step, it felt more real, more true. The world wasn't a prison. It was a canvas, and the paintbrush was in her hands. She could hear the wind, soft against her skin, and she felt an undeniable urge to listen to the sounds of the world around her. The waves whispered as they crashed against the shore. The wind, gentle and steady, moved through the trees and the grasses, swaying them in rhythm, as if the world itself was dancing to a beat only it could hear. And the stars, bright and piercing in the dark sky, seemed to wink at her, as though they were guiding her forward. The shore beneath her feet changed subtly as she continued her walk. What had once been a soft, sandy beach now gave way to rocks, sharp, jagged, and uncertain. She could feel the ground shifting beneath her, but instead of fear, she felt anticipation. The rocks, with their edges and angles, were not obstacles to her journey. They were reminders of her resilience, the way she had endured and adapted. The house had been jagged, sharp, but in facing it, she had become something stronger. These rocks were not there to stop her. They were there to shape her, just as everything else had. She reached a larger rock, jutting out from the water, its surface slick with the salt of the ocean. Without hesitation, Alicia stepped onto it, feeling the coolness beneath her feet. The waves crashed against the base of the rock, sending a spray of water into the air, but Alicia stood firm. She could feel the steady pulse of the ocean beneath her, the rhythmic tide, and it matched her own heartbeat. For the first time since she had broken free from the house, Alicia felt like she was truly standing in her own power. She was no longer just a part of the house's endless cycle. She was her own person. She had a path now, one that she would carve herself. And as she stood on that rock, gazing out over the water, she could feel something shifting in the distance. A storm was coming, but this storm was different. It wasn't the kind of storm that would drown her, that would overwhelm her. This storm was a challenge, a force of nature, yes, but one that she could face head-on. She could feel the wind picking up, the waves growing stronger, as if the world was testing her, pushing her to see just how far she had come. Alicia closed her eyes, feeling the first gusts of wind whip around her. She inhaled deeply, tasting the salt on the breeze, and for the first time, she didn't feel afraid. She felt ready. The house had once been a storm of its own, an unrelenting force that had consumed her. But now, standing on this rock in the face of this new storm, she realized that she had the power to navigate whatever came next. The wind howled, but it wasn't a sound of danger. It was the wind of change, of transformation. The ocean roared louder as the storm began to pick up speed, the waves growing taller, more powerful. Yet, Alicia remained steady, grounded by her choices, by her strength. She wasn't going to be swept away. She wasn't going to be dragged back into the shadows. She was moving forward. The storm was a part of the world, a part of life. It was something she could not avoid, but it was not something she needed to fear either. In the storm, she saw possibility. She saw growth. The storm would pass, and when it did, the world would be different, but so would she. The first raindrops began to fall, gently at first, and then with greater intensity, as the storm settled in around her. Alicia tilted her face upward, letting the rain hit her skin, feeling it cool and cleanse her. She welcomed it. The water was fresh new, just like the journey she was on. The storm would shape her, just as the ocean had, just as the house had. But she was no longer the same person who had entered it. She had learned, she had grown, and she was ready. She raised her arms to the sky, feeling the storm rage around her, and let out a deep, triumphant laugh. The storm was no longer something to fear. It was just another chapter in her journey. A challenge, yes, but one she could face with strength, with grace. She would walk through it, just as she had walked through the darkness of the house, and emerge stronger on the other side. The ocean roared in approval, its waves crashing against the rocks as the wind carried her laughter into the sky. Alicia wasn't just surviving anymore. She was living. She was thriving. The storm would pass, but her journey, it would never stop. She was the force now, and she was ready to ride the storm. Alicia stood amidst the rising storm, her heart pounding with a rhythm that matched the furious roar of the ocean. The wind had howled louder, swirling around her like a living thing, but it no longer felt overwhelming. The rain lashed at her skin, the cool droplets, both refreshing and cleansing. The thunder rumbled in the distance, echoing through the vast expanse of the world, but it was no longer a threat. The storm was a force of nature, one that she couldn't control, but neither did it have the power to take her down. The storm's rage had a purpose. It was the universe testing her, pushing her to see if she was strong enough to face whatever lay ahead. And as the waves crashed violently against the rocks, Alicia realized that she was ready for this. She had been shaped by the darkness of the house, yes, but also by the light of her freedom. She was no longer running from the storm. She was standing in it, facing it head on, knowing that no matter how fierce it raged, she had the strength to stand firm. The storm began to wane, its intensity ebbing away like the tide pulling back. The wind died down, and the waves, though still powerful, became less chaotic. The rain softened, and Alicia took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill her lungs. She lowered her arms slowly, a sense of quiet power settling over her. The storm had passed, and now the world felt different. The horizon, once hidden by the dark clouds, was slowly revealed. The first rays of the moon began to shine through the dissipating storm clouds, casting silver light on the water. The ocean, though still tumultuous, now felt more alive than before. Its waves weren't just crashing, they were breathing, shifting, and rolling forward with a new purpose. Just like Alicia, the world had shifted, but so had she. She stepped forward into the calm, her feet sinking into the wet sand with each stride. The water was no longer harsh and unrelenting. It was soothing, guiding her forward. Its currents no longer pulling her under, but simply leading. She didn't know where the path would take her, but she had learned that it wasn't about the destination. It was about how she walked the path. Alicia moved with newfound grace, her steps steady and sure, even as the remnants of the storm flickered behind her. The past, the house, the darkness, those things had all shaped her, but they were not what defined her anymore. She was no longer a victim of her circumstances. She was the product of her choices, of her will to survive, and now she was alive. The stars above her sparkled brightly, no longer hidden behind a veil of clouds. They glimmered like tiny beacons of possibility, guiding her, illuminating her way as she walked along the shore. The sky was vast, infinite, just like the journey ahead. The storm had passed, but the night had just begun, and Alicia knew that she would never again shy away from the unknown. As she continued her walk along the shore, a calmness settled over her. She was no longer alone, not in the way she had been when she was trapped within the house, the darkness swallowing her whole. Now, the universe itself was with her. The ocean, the stars, the wind, they were all part of her story, and she was part of theirs. She was no longer just a passenger in her own life. She was the captain of her own ship, the one who would chart the course. There would be challenges ahead. The storm had shown her that, but the storm had also shown her something else. That she was capable. That she had the power to endure, to move through it, and to come out stronger on the other side. Alicia reached a point where the water began to recede, the shore widening as it curved toward an unknown horizon. She stopped, standing at the edge of the ocean, the sound of the waves gently lapping against the shore. The moonlight bathed everything in a soft glow, casting long shadows on the sand. The world was still, and for a moment, Alicia allowed herself to simply be. She was no longer bound by the house, no longer trapped by its dark grip. The ocean had washed away the remnants of the past, and the storm had cleansed her of the last doubts that lingered in her heart. She had walked through darkness, through chaos, but she had found her way to this moment. The horizon before her was endless, stretching out in all directions. And for the first time, Alicia knew that there was no destination she had to reach. There was no final chapter to her story. There was only the journey, the endless road of discovery. She wasn't the same person who had entered the house. She wasn't the same person who had stood at the edge of the ocean, unsure and fearful. She had changed. She had grown. And the best part was, she still had so much more to discover. The storm had passed, the sky had cleared, and the world, her world, was now open, waiting for her to walk it. Alicia smiled softly to herself, standing there on the edge of the world, the wind playing through her hair. For the first time, she wasn't afraid. The horizon was hers to claim. And with each step, the future stretched out before her like an unwritten story, waiting to be told. Alicia stood at the edge of the shore, watching as the last remnants of the storm faded into the horizon, leaving only the calm, rhythmic pulse of the ocean. The world around her was alive, more vivid than it had ever been before. The waves gently lapped against the sand, the moonlight reflecting off the water in a silver shimmer, and the air, once thick with the weight of the past, now felt light and full of possibility. She had made it through the storm. But now, as the ocean stretched before her, she was faced with something even more daunting than the storm itself, the vast unknown. She had walked through darkness, through the suffocating walls of the house, and come out the other side. She had survived not just the house, but her own fear, her own doubts. And now the horizon before her was an open expanse. There were no walls, no boundaries, no end in sight, and that was the most terrifying thing of all. For so long, Alicia had lived in a world defined by limits, by walls that kept her safe, but also kept her trapped. The house had been a prison, yes, but it had also been a map, a way for her to navigate her own existence. It gave her a framework, a path to follow, even if it was one that led her down endless corridors of fear. But now there was nothing but the open ocean, stretching out forever, the unknown rolling toward her with each wave. No walls to guide her, no paths to follow, just the endless possibilities of a world she had never fully experienced before. Alicia could feel the weight of the uncertainty pressing against her chest. The freedom she had fought so hard to obtain was both exhilarating and overwhelming. There were no rules here, no structure. Only the open expanse of life, full of choices that stretched out before her like an endless horizon. But Alicia knew something now. She knew that even in this vast unknown, she had the power to choose her path. The ocean, like the world, was not something to fear. It was something to navigate, to embrace. It was not about finding the way through the waves, but about trusting herself to ride them, trusting herself to move with them, and when the time came, to chart her own course. She turned away from the water, stepping back onto the shore, the cool sand slipping between her toes. The night was still, the only sound the distant rush of the waves. She took a deep breath, savoring the crispness of the air, the quiet of the moment. She didn't need to rush. She didn't need to know exactly where she was going or how she would get there. The world, the ocean, had a rhythm, and all she had to do was follow it. Alicia had been through storms, but now she was no longer fighting the currents. She was part of them. The wind stirred again, this time a little stronger, and Alicia welcomed it. She was no longer standing at the edge of the world. She was part of it. She was part of this journey, part of the endless dance of the ocean, the earth, the stars above. Everything was in motion. Everything was alive. And Alicia, she was alive too. As she walked further along the shore, she allowed herself to step into the unknown. Knowing that no matter where the path took her, she had the strength to move with it. She wasn't alone. The ocean, the world, everything was interconnected, flowing together, and she was now part of that flow. She had come so far, but this wasn't the end. The house had been a chapter. The storm had been a test. And now, she was free to write her own story. Alicia looked up at the night sky, the stars blazing above her, and smiled. The unknown was no longer a threat. It was an adventure. She was ready to embrace it. With one last look at the horizon, Alicia turned her gaze back to the path ahead of her. The path that would no longer be defined by fear or the shadows of her past, but by the endless possibilities of the future. Her journey had only just begun, and the world was hers to explore. Alicia's feet continued to carry her along the shoreline, the water now gently grazing her ankles with each step, the coolness of the waves meeting the warmth of the air around her. The world felt new, like a blank page, untouched and waiting for her to write her story. She could feel the infinite possibilities stretching out before her, each one offering a path that was uniquely hers to walk. As the night deepened, the stars above grew brighter, casting their light across the vast ocean, and for the first time in her life, Alicia understood what it meant to be part of the world. The sky, the ocean, the earth, it was all connected, all one endless, breathing entity, and she, too, was a part of it. She wasn't an outsider anymore. She wasn't separated by fear, by darkness, by the weight of the past. She was alive. Alicia walked without looking back now, her movements fluid, purposeful. She didn't need to know what lay ahead, didn't need to control every step of the journey. She had come to realize that the beauty of the road ahead was in its uncertainty. The unknown wasn't something to fear. It was something to embrace. She wasn't afraid of being lost anymore. For so long, she had believed that she needed to find herself, that she had to reach some end point, some final destination. But now she saw it differently. Life wasn't about reaching a specific point. It was about the journey. It was about the unfolding of moments, the discovery of new parts of herself with each new step. And there was still so much of her to discover. With every breath, Alicia felt the weight of her past ease. The house, its walls, its pulse, its darkness, was behind her, but it was still a part of her story. And she could feel that part of herself like a scar, a mark that had shaped who she was, but did not define her. It was something she had survived, and now it had become part of the foundation she would build upon. Alicia had learned the value of both light and dark, of joy and pain. She had faced the storm, and she had walked through it stronger and more whole than before. The house had once been everything, but now it was only a chapter, and she was the author of the chapters to come. The shore began to curve, and Alicia's footsteps led her into a dense forest. The sound of the ocean now replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of twigs beneath her feet. The trees towered above her, their thick trunks strong and rooted deep in the earth. But unlike the oppressive walls of the house, the trees felt alive, vibrant, and free. She could feel the energy of the forest, its quiet pulse, as if the very ground beneath her feet was connected to something older, something wiser. The air here was cool, refreshing, and full of life. It was different from the sea, but no less beautiful. The forest whispered with the sound of birds, the rustling of animals, the call of nature. Alicia breathed it in, the scent of earth, of moss, of ancient trees. It felt like another part of her journey, another chapter unfolding. She could hear the gentle hum of the world around her, a soft melody that seemed to vibrate through the ground, through the air. And she realized something: she wasn't just walking forward in the physical world. She was moving forward within herself. Each step she took was another step away from the house, from the past, and closer to the person she was becoming. She stopped for a moment, letting the forest envelope her. Standing still beneath the canopy of branches, looking up at the stars that pierced through the gaps in the leaves. The air felt thick with the weight of something ancient, something timeless, and Alicia couldn't help but feel connected to it. This world, this moment, it was all part of her, all part of the journey. A soft breeze rustled the leaves above, and Alicia felt the pull to move again. She wasn't lost. She wasn't wandering aimlessly. Every step, every turn, was her choice. She was walking with intention now, no longer driven by fear or the memories of the house. Her feet moved without hesitation, guided by a force that came from within, from a place of strength and clarity. The forest grew denser as she continued on, the path becoming more winding and twisted. Yet, despite the winding trail, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The uncertainty of her journey, once a source of fear, was now a source of comfort. She had come to realize that the path ahead didn't have to be clear. She didn't need all the answers. What mattered now was that she kept moving forward. She passed through the trees, her footsteps muffled by the soft carpet of pine needles, until the forest began to thin. The faint glow of dawn was beginning to break on the horizon, spilling soft pinks and oranges across the sky. The light of a new day was rising, and Alicia stood at the edge of the forest, gazing out at the vast expanse before her. She had crossed a threshold. She had left the house behind, and now the world stretched out before her, wide open, full of possibility. Alicia smiled, the first light of dawn illuminating her face. There was no destination. There was only the journey, and she was ready for whatever came next. The path ahead was hers to walk. And with that, Alicia took another step forward into the light. The journey had only just begun, and this time she was the one in control. Alicia stood at the edge of the forest, her feet planted firmly on the ground, the first light of day stretching across the horizon. The vast landscape before her unfolded like an open book, one full of unwritten chapters, each waiting for her to step into it. The air was crisp and fresh, the scent of pine and earth mixing with the faint promise of a new dawn. For the first time, Alicia felt the weight of the past truly lift from her shoulders. The house, its dark halls, the relentless pulse that had once consumed her. Those memories no longer held her captive. She was free, and with that freedom came the boundless possibilities of the world ahead. The sun was rising, and the path before her was a journey she could write for herself. She took a deep breath, savoring the cool, morning air. There was a quiet peace here, a sense of calm that enveloped her. It was as if the world was inviting her to become part of it, to meld with the rhythm of the earth itself. The forest around her was alive, its vibrant energy pulsing beneath the surface. The rustle of leaves, the calls of distant birds, the quiet murmur of the breeze, all of it was part of the same rhythm. And Alicia, for the first time, was part of it too. Her feet began to move, stepping onto the forest path that wound through the trees. The path wasn't clear-cut, but that was what made it beautiful. It wasn't an established road with signs pointing the way. It was a trail shaped by nature itself, winding and shifting with the land. There were no guarantees on this path, no maps to follow. But for Alicia, that was exactly what she needed. The uncertainty was no longer frightening. It was invigorating. The road ahead was unknown, but it was hers to walk. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above, Alicia felt an overwhelming sense of connection to everything around her. The trees, the earth beneath her feet, the air that moved through the branches, all of it was alive in ways she had never truly understood before. And she, too, was a part of it. She had once been a prisoner to fear, to the dark pulse of the house, but now she was free to flow with the natural rhythms of the world. With each step, the world seemed to open itself up to her. The forest was thick with growth, but it was full of life, full of stories. The path ahead was not straight, but every turn, every bend brought something new. New sights, new sounds, new challenges. The wilderness didn't just exist around her, it was part of her now, and she was a part of it. The sound of running water reached her ears. She followed the sound until she came upon a small stream that wound its way through the forest, the water sparkling in the early light. She knelt beside it, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the water. The stream bubbled and flowed around the rocks, the water carving its path through the land with patient persistence. Alicia gazed into the stream, watching the water as it moved forward, never stopping, always flowing, always adapting. It was the perfect metaphor for her journey. Like the water, she would move forward. She would adapt. She would change, but she would never stop. There was no end to the journey. Only new beginnings, new twists, new turns. Her reflection rippled on the surface of the water, and for a moment, Alicia studied herself. The person she saw now was different from the one who had once wandered the halls of the house. She had changed. She had grown. She was no longer the person who had been defined by fear, by darkness. Now, she was defined by her strength, her resilience, her ability to move forward in the face of the unknown. The house had shaped her, yes, but it was only a small part of her story. She was writing the next chapters now. She stood up, her reflection fading from the water's surface, and continued along the path. The forest opened up a little as she moved forward, the trees thinning and the underbrush growing lighter. The sun was higher in the sky now, casting its golden light over the land. The world was quiet, but there was an energy beneath that silence, a pulse, a hum of life, and Alicia could feel it. She was a part of it. She was alive in a way she had never been before. Every step she took felt more connected to the earth beneath her, more connected to the rhythm of the world. She had shed the weight of the past, and now she was free to walk forward, unburdened, with the knowledge that she could handle whatever came next. As she walked, the landscape began to change again. The trees gave way to open fields, rolling hills stretching out before her. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and in the distance, she could see mountains rising, their peaks crowned with mist. The beauty of the world was overwhelming, and Alicia felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had spent so long in the darkness, trapped within the walls of the house, that she had forgotten the world could be so vast, so full of life. She had forgotten that there was so much more beyond what she had known. But now, as she walked through the fields, with the mountains in the distance and the sky stretching endlessly above her, she realized something profound. She was free, no longer bound by the past, no longer trapped in a cycle of fear. Alicia was finally walking her own path, and she knew she had the strength to keep moving forward, to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She had survived the darkness, and now she was living in the light. She looked up at the sky, feeling the wind on her face, and smiled. There were no guarantees, no promises of what would come next. But she didn't need them. She had learned that the journey was the destination. It was in the walking, in the moving forward, that life was found. She didn't need to know everything. She just needed to keep moving, and so she did. Alicia continued to walk, the world unfolding before her, full of promise, full of life. The journey had only just begun, and she was ready for whatever came next. Alicia's feet moved steadily across the grassy field, her body lighter with each passing step. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, the distant mountains rising before her like silent sentinels, their mist-covered peaks beckoning her forward. The path before her wasn't defined. It was simply there, a stretch of possibility that she could follow or carve her own way through. She felt no fear now, only an overwhelming sense of freedom and anticipation. The soft breeze carried the scent of earth and wildflowers, and Alicia took a deep breath, her lungs filling with the sweetness of the air. She was in no rush. She didn't need to be. Every moment, every step was part of the journey she had chosen for herself. The world was open, and she was ready to explore it at her own pace, without any weight of expectation pressing down on her. The landscape shifted as she walked further, the green grasses of the field giving way to rocky terrain. The mountains, once distant, now loomed closer, their towering presence filling the horizon. Their jagged peaks reached up to meet the sky, a challenge, a promise of something more. Alicia could feel the pull of them, as if they were calling to her, urging her to come closer. She didn't know why, but she knew she needed to go. It wasn't just the mountains themselves that called to her. It was the idea of them, the vastness, the solidity, the permanence. The mountains had stood for centuries, weathering storms and seasons, their peaks holding memories of 1,000 years. They were timeless, and something in Alicia resonated with that. She, too, had been shaped by time, by storms. She had weathered them. And now, she stood at the edge of something new, something vast, waiting for her to walk into it. The ground beneath her feet began to rise as she made her way toward the base of the mountains. The air grew cooler, and the sound of the breeze shifted, becoming more pronounced as it moved through the rocky landscape. The tall grasses of the fields were replaced by tough, hardy shrubs and scattered boulders, and the path ahead grew steeper. She paused for a moment, looking back at the fields she had crossed, the endless horizon stretching out behind her. The ocean, the forest, and now these mountains. They were all parts of the same journey. They were pieces of the world that had always been there, waiting for her to discover them. Alicia turned back to face the mountains, her heart quickening as she took the first steps up the rocky incline. Each step required more effort, her legs pushing against the steep slope, her breath coming in sharper bursts as she climbed higher. But there was no hesitation, no fear. The challenge was no longer something to avoid, it was something to embrace. The climb wasn't about reaching the summit, but about the act of climbing itself. She could hear the sound of rocks shifting beneath her boots as she ascended, the crunch of gravel underfoot, the steady rhythm of her breath keeping pace with her movements. She wasn't focused on the summit. She was focused on the now, the strength in her legs, the cool mountain air, the quiet rustle of leaves in the wind. Each moment was a testament to her resilience, to her ability to keep moving, to keep facing whatever lay ahead. As she climbed, the world around her seemed to change. The wind picked up, and the air grew thinner, colder. But it was invigorating. The cold bit at her skin, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was refreshing, like a reminder that she was alive, that she was part of something much larger than herself. The mountains were alive too. They breathed with her. They whispered with the wind. Alicia stopped for a moment, her legs burning with the effort, and looked up at the peak in the distance. The mist that had once surrounded the mountaintop had begun to thin, revealing more of the towering rock. The climb had been difficult, but now, at this moment, she could see the progress she had made. The summit wasn't the goal, the act of climbing, of facing each challenge and moving forward, was the goal. She smiled to herself, her heart swelling with pride. She had made it this far. And she would make it further. There was no going back. There was only forward. Alicia continued her climb, each step more determined than the last. The path was no longer a simple trail, it was a test of her will, a reflection of everything she had overcome. The challenges were real, the obstacles tangible, but they weren't insurmountable. She had faced darkness, she had faced fear, and now she was climbing mountains, not just the ones in front of her, but the ones inside her as well. The wind picked up again, and Alicia could feel it tugging at her clothes, urging her forward. It wasn't a force to be resisted, it was a force to be embraced. She leaned into it, her hands steady on the rocks, her feet sure on the uneven ground. The climb was steep, but her resolve was stronger. She wasn't doing this alone. The earth beneath her, the sky above her, the mountains themselves, they were all part of the same world she was walking through, and she had found her place in it. Finally, as the sky began to deepen with the approach of twilight, Alicia reached a plateau, a flat, rocky ledge that overlooked the valley below. She stopped there, taking a deep breath and looking out over the land. The mountains stretched in every direction, a vast, ancient landscape that seemed to go on forever. The world was quiet, still, and full of promise. Alicia stood there for a long time, watching the sun dip below the horizon, the sky shifting from gold to purple to dark blue. She could hear the wind rustling through the trees in the valley far below, the distant sound of water running, the world breathing around her. She was alive. She was here, and she had come so far. The mountains had called to her, and she had answered. The journey had been long. The path had been filled with challenges and storms, but she had made it. She was here, standing on the edge of a new beginning. The mountains, like everything else in her life, were part of her story, and now she was ready to continue writing it. With the last rays of the setting sun, casting their light across the land, Alicia turned her gaze forward once more, feeling the wind at her back, the earth beneath her feet. She smiled softly to herself. The mountains had been just one chapter. The story was far from over. The night had fully settled in, the stars now fully visible, their ancient light shining down from above like millions of tiny beacons guiding her forward. Alicia stood at the edge of the plateau, her eyes fixed on the dark expanse before her. The wind had quieted, leaving only the soft whisper of the earth beneath her feet, and the faint rustling of leaves far below. The journey had been long, and she had faced many obstacles. But as she stood there, on this rocky ledge, the weight of it all seemed to melt away. She had climbed the mountain, quite literally and figuratively. The storm, the house, the endless cycles of her past, they had all led her here. But this was no longer about survival. This was about living. Alicia took a deep breath, allowing the cool mountain air to fill her lungs. She could feel the faint pulse of life all around her. The mountains, though still towering and imposing, no longer seemed like an obstacle to overcome. They were part of the world she was now a part of. She was no longer fighting against it. She was simply moving with it. She had learned something profound over the course of her journey. Something that was becoming more and more clear with every step she took. The journey never truly ends. The road ahead would always stretch out before her, a path full of twists, turns, and challenges. There would always be mountains to climb, storms to face, and moments of doubt. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered now was that she was walking her own path, one step at a time. The destination was not the goal. It was the journey itself that had meaning. And the beauty of it was that she could choose the direction, glow over the mountains and the valley below. Alicia stood for a moment, captivated by the sheer majesty of it all. The vast, open world and the infinite possibilities that lay ahead of her. It was a reminder of how far she had come, how much she had learned, how much she had grown. The mountain, the wind, the moon. Everything around her was part of her, and she was part of it. She felt that connection deep within her bones, a knowing that she belonged to this world, that she had earned her place. She stepped forward, her feet steady as she walked along the plateau, her gaze still fixed on the horizon. The path ahead was as unclear as it had ever been. But for the first time, Alicia no longer felt the need to rush to find answers. The answers would come in their own time. The world would reveal itself to her as she moved forward, as she embraced each moment, each challenge, and each gift that life offered. The wind picked up once again, but this time it felt gentler, like a whisper from the earth itself. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the breeze to brush against her skin, the coolness of it refreshing after the heat of her climb. There was something calming about this moment, something peaceful. She had found a rhythm in her steps, a balance between the past and the future, between what had shaped her and what she was becoming. The mountains, though still towering and distant, seemed less intimidating now. They were no longer obstacles in her path, but rather markers on her journey. She had faced them, had climbed them, and she had emerged stronger. But now, the true test was ahead. What would she do next? What would she create with the freedom she had fought so hard to achieve? She smiled softly to herself as she continued to walk, her steps sure and steady, her thoughts quiet. The path ahead was unknown, but that was part of the beauty. She didn't need to know where it would lead. She just needed to keep moving forward, one step at a time. The stars above her shone brightly, their ancient light a reminder of the vastness of the universe, of the countless stories that had come before hers. She was just one small part of this world, but her story was hers to tell, her path was hers to walk. She would leave her mark, just as the mountains had left theirs, steadfast, enduring, and forever part of the world. As the night stretched on, and the moon continued its slow journey across the sky, Alicia found herself at the edge of the plateau, gazing out at the valley below. The distant lights of a village twinkled in the valley, like stars fallen to earth. The sight of it stirred something deep inside her. She didn't know if she would go to that village, or if her path would take her elsewhere, but it didn't matter. Wherever she went, she knew she would be guided by the rhythm of the world, the ebb and flow of life itself. Alicia turned her back on the horizon for just a moment, walking deeper into the forest at the edge of the plateau. The trees were dense now, their branches heavy with leaves, their trunks twisting toward the sky. The forest was quiet, serene, and as she moved deeper into it, she felt the same sense of connection she had felt on the plateau. She was no longer wandering aimlessly. She was walking with intention, with purpose. Each step was part of her journey, and every moment was an opportunity to grow. The path through the forest grew darker, the canopy thickening overhead, but Alicia didn't falter. She knew that, just as the night had passed and the sun would rise again, so too would her path be illuminated when the time was right. She trusted in that truth now, in the steady rhythm of life that carried her forward, step by step, through the darkness and into the light. As she continued her walk, the forest seemed to welcome her, the sounds of nature surrounding her like a quiet song. The rustling of leaves, the calls of distant animals, the hum of the wind through the trees. It was all part of her, and she was part of it. This was the flow of life. It was unpredictable, sometimes wild, but always moving forward. Alicia smiled to herself again, her heart full. She had walked through darkness, faced storms, climbed mountains, and crossed vast fields. She had come so far. And yet, she knew that this was just the beginning. She had freed herself from the chains of the past, from the house, from fear, and from uncertainty. She had found her way to the world, and now it was hers to shape. Whatever lay ahead, whatever came next, she was ready. She was alive, and the world was hers to explore. The path ahead stretched out, winding through the forest and beyond, and Alicia took the first step, knowing that she was not walking it alone. She was part of something bigger, something infinite, and she was ready to embrace it all. The journey had only just begun, and it was hers to create. The forest around Alicia deepened as she moved forward, the sounds of the outside world now distant echoes, replaced by the steady rhythm of her own footsteps on the soft forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The trees towered over her, their branches forming a thick canopy above, filtering the sunlight into soft, dappled patches on the ground. The quiet hum of the forest seemed to pulse with life, a gentle reminder of the world around her. Alicia felt at peace in the forest. There was something grounding about it, something ancient that whispered to her deep within. Like the earth itself was offering her shelter, protection, and understanding. She wasn't rushing, wasn't hurrying to reach any destination. She walked with purpose, but without the urgency that had once governed her every step. Each moment felt full, rich, and alive. She had learned to move with the rhythm of the world, no longer struggling against it. The path before her was winding and unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to disappear into the underbrush, only to reappear moments later in an unexpected direction. But Alicia had stopped trying to control it. She no longer feared the unknown. The forest was teaching her that she didn't need to see everything laid out in front of her. The journey, she realized, was not about knowing every step before she took it. It was about the act of moving forward, trusting herself to navigate the unknown. Every step she took in the forest felt like a step toward something deeper within herself. She wasn't just walking through the woods, she was walking through her own mind, her own heart. She was unraveling layers, understanding herself in ways she had never truly allowed before. The house, the darkness, the fear, it was all behind her now. And what lay ahead was nothing but open space. As she continued to walk, Alicia found herself at the foot of a large hill. The earth here was firm, and the climb wasn't steep, but it was enough to make her pause. She stood for a moment at the base of the hill, looking up at the small summit, her heart beating in time with the stillness of the forest around her. It was a simple hill, but it felt like a challenge nonetheless, a metaphor for everything she had faced in the past and everything still to come. She smiled softly to herself. The mountain, the storm, the house, those challenges had been enormous, imposing, overwhelming at times. But she had conquered them. She had climbed, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually. This hill was small in comparison, but it was still a part of her journey. Alicia began her ascent, her feet moving steadily upward, feeling the weight of each step, but also the strength in her legs. Her breath was steady, each inhale and exhale a reminder of her resilience. The hill wasn't steep, but it wasn't easy either. As she reached the summit, her body began to feel the effort of the climb, but it was a satisfying kind of exertion. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, and with each step she took, she felt herself becoming more grounded, more connected to the earth. When she finally reached the top, Alicia stopped, looking out over the landscape below her. The valley stretched out in front of her, a patchwork of fields and forests, rivers cutting through the land like veins of life. She could see far in the distance, the edge of the forest meeting the horizon, where the sky kissed the earth. And beyond that, more land, more hills, more challenges waiting to be discovered. But it wasn't the view that struck her most. It was the way she felt standing there, at the top of the hill. For so long, she had been trapped in the idea that there was a destination, a point where everything would finally make sense, where she would be complete. She had been searching for something, but now she realized that the journey itself, the climb, the effort, the small victories along the way, was where the true meaning lay. Alicia stood for a long time, watching the horizon, feeling the pulse of life around her. The world was vast. Yes, but she was part of it. And in that moment, standing on the hill, she understood that she didn't need to know every detail of her journey. She didn't need to have all the answers. The path would reveal itself as she walked it, and each step she took was a choice, a new chapter in her own story. She had the power to shape it, to define it for herself. The breeze shifted, cool and fresh, and Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, letting the wind play with her hair, letting it carry away any lingering doubt. She had faced the darkness. She had come through the storm. And now the world was open before her, the endless path waiting to be walked. She had climbed the hill, and now she was ready to continue. Alicia took a deep breath and smiled, the sense of peace settling deeper into her chest. There would be more hills, more mountains, more valleys ahead. There would be moments of uncertainty, of doubt, but she was no longer afraid. She was ready. The path ahead was hers to walk, and she would walk it with strength, with courage, and with the knowledge that, no matter what came next, she was enough. She turned back down the hill and began to walk, the forest stretching before her like a waiting embrace, its trees whispering in the wind. The path was hers to choose, but for now, she knew exactly where she was going. The journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. And this time, Alicia was not alone. She was part of the world, and the world was part of her. With every step, she moved forward, one foot in front of the other, walking toward the infinite horizon that lay ahead. Alicia's feet moved steadily, her pace slow but unwavering as she walked down the hill, the weight of her past finally lightening from her shoulders. The forest surrounded her like a living entity, its trees tall and strong, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air was cooler here, the scent of moss and pine heavy in the quiet. Yet, within the stillness of the woods, Alicia found peace. There was a rhythmic tranquility in nature, a balance that she now felt within herself. She passed beneath the trees, the path becoming more narrow as it twisted through the forest. The vibrant colors of the foliage, now kissed by the warmth of autumn, seemed to shimmer in the gentle light filtering through the canopy above. The sound of her footsteps, once a cacophony of thoughts, now blended seamlessly into the symphony of the forest, a soft rustle of leaves, the faint chirping of birds, the distant call of a lone animal. The weight of her journey had transformed. Each step was no longer filled with uncertainty or fear, but with understanding. She didn't need to have all the answers, didn't need to see every step ahead. The forest had shown her that sometimes the beauty of the journey came from simply moving forward, letting the world unfold around her, trusting that every twist and turn was a part of her story. The forest path began to curve, leading her deeper into the unknown, but Alicia felt no hesitation. There was a quiet certainty in her heart, a calm resolve that had taken root deep within her. She was no longer running, no longer seeking something that she thought would make her whole. She was whole already. The world was full of possibility, and she had every right to claim it. As she walked, the landscape began to shift again. The trees became sparser, the underbrush lighter, and in the distance, she could see a clearing. The light of the setting sun bathed the sky in shades of orange and pink, a gentle reminder that every end led to a new beginning. She smiled softly, knowing that the moment she had longed for had arrived. Alicia stepped into the clearing, the warm light enveloping her, and for a moment she just stood there. The space was vast, open, filled with wide skies and distant views. The forest behind her seemed to hum with life, the trees now seeming to watch her from afar. She was at a threshold. The land ahead of her stretched on, infinite, unmarked, a reflection of the boundless future that lay before her. She stood at the edge of the clearing for what felt like an eternity, the world still and alive around her. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of earth and wildflowers, and as the breeze moved through her hair, Alicia felt a soft, but unmistakable whisper deep within her heart, "This is your moment." The sky above her deepened into a soft violet, the stars beginning to appear like silent sentinels, watching over her. She could feel the pulse of the world, the steady, unbroken rhythm of life. The universe itself seemed to be alive with possibility, and she, Alicia, was a part of it. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs. Her heart beat steadily in her chest. She felt grounded, connected to the earth beneath her, to the sky above her. She wasn't lost anymore. She wasn't searching for something to fill the emptiness that once threatened to consume her. She had found everything she needed within herself. The storm, the darkness, the house, it had all been necessary. They had shaped her, tested her. But now she was beyond them. She was walking in the light of her own choosing. Alicia smiled again, her gaze lifting to the stars. They glittered above her, bright and eternal, like little fragments of dreams, each one holding a story, a memory, a possibility. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't searching for something that would make her whole, because she already was. The horizon, still bathed in the soft glow of the twilight, beckoned her forward. She didn't know exactly where it would lead, but for the first time, she didn't need to. The journey was no longer about the destination. It was about moving forward, trusting herself with each step, and knowing that she was capable of handling whatever the world had to offer. Alicia took her first step into the wide-open space ahead. The earth beneath her feet felt solid, grounding her, and she let her feet guide her, walking confidently toward the unknown. Every step was hers to take. Every choice hers to make. The universe was wide open, waiting for her to claim it. As she walked, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if encouraging her, affirming that she was on the right path. She didn't need to have all the answers. The world would unfold as it needed to, and she would find her place within it. The road ahead was hers to shape, and in that moment, Alicia knew that no matter where it led, she was ready for whatever came next. The journey, her journey, was only just beginning. Alicia's feet moved steadily, her pace slow but unwavering as she walked down the hill, the weight of her past finally lightening from her shoulders. The forest surrounded her like a living entity, its trees tall and strong, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The air was cooler here, the scent of moss and pine heavy in the quiet. Yet, within the stillness of the woods, Alicia found peace. There was a rhythmic tranquility in nature, a balance that she now felt within herself. She passed beneath the trees, the path becoming more narrow as it twisted through the forest. The vibrant colors of the foliage, now kissed by the warmth of autumn, seemed to shimmer in the gentle light filtering through the canopy above. The sound of her footsteps, once a cacophony of thoughts, now blended seamlessly into the symphony of the forest. A soft rustle of leaves, the faint chirping of birds, the distant call of a lone animal. The weight of her journey had transformed. Each step was no longer filled with uncertainty or fear, but with understanding. She didn't need to have all the answers, didn't need to see every step ahead. The forest had shown her that sometimes the beauty of the journey came from simply moving forward, letting the world unfold around her. Trusting that every twist and turn was a part of her story, the forest path began to curve, leading her deeper into the unknown, but Alicia felt no hesitation. There was a quiet certainty in her heart, a calm resolve that had taken root deep within her. She was no longer running, no longer seeking something that she thought would make her whole. She was whole already. The world was full of possibility, and she had every right to claim it. As she walked, the landscape began to shift again. The trees became sparser, the underbrush lighter, and in the distance she could see a clearing. The light of the setting sun bathed the sky in shades of orange and pink. a gentle reminder that every end led to a new beginning. She smiled softly, knowing that the moment she had longed for had arrived. Alicia stepped into the clearing, the warm light enveloping her, and for a moment she just stood there. The space was vast, open, filled with wide skies and distant views. The forest behind her seemed to hum with life, the trees now seeming to watch her from afar. She was at a threshold. The land ahead of her stretched on, infinite, unmarked, a reflection of the boundless future that lay before her. She stood at the edge of the clearing for what felt like an eternity, the world still and alive around her. The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of earth and wildflowers, and as the breeze moved through her hair, Alicia felt a soft, but unmistakable whisper deep within her heart, "This is your moment." The sky above her deepened into a soft violet, the stars beginning to appear like silent sentinels, watching over her. She could feel the pulse of the world, the steady, unbroken rhythm of life. The universe itself seemed to be alive with possibility, and she, Alicia, was a part of it. She took a deep breath, the cool air filling her lungs. Her heart beat steadily in her chest. She felt grounded, connected to the earth beneath her, to the sky above her. She wasn't lost anymore. She wasn't searching for something to fill the emptiness that once threatened to consume her. She had found everything she needed within herself. The storm, the darkness, the house, it had all been necessary. They had shaped her, tested her. But now she was beyond them. She was walking in the light of her own choosing. Alicia smiled again, her gaze lifting to the stars. They glittered above her, bright and eternal, like little fragments of dreams, each one holding a story, a memory, a possibility. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't searching for something that would make her whole, because she already was. The horizon, still bathed in the soft glow of the twilight, beckoned her forward. She didn't know exactly where it would lead, but for the first time, she didn't need to. The journey was no longer about the destination. It was about moving forward, trusting herself with each step, and knowing that she was capable of handling whatever the world had to offer. Alicia took her first step into the wide open space ahead. The earth beneath her feet felt solid, grounding her, and she let her feet guide her, walking confidently toward the unknown. Every step was hers to take, every choice hers to make. The universe was wide open, waiting for her to claim it. As she walked, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if encouraging her, affirming that she was on the right path. She didn't need to have all the answers. The world would unfold as it needed to, and she would find her place within it. The road ahead was hers to shape. And in that moment, Alicia knew that no matter where it led, she was ready for whatever came next. The journey, her journey, was only just beginning. Alicia walked through the night, her footsteps light and sure. The path before her seemed endless, but in the most comforting way. There were no restrictions, no boundaries, just the quiet, soothing rhythm of the world around her. The soft brush of wind through the trees, the distant murmur of the earth shifting beneath her, and the sound of her own breath were the only sounds accompanying her. It was as if the world was breathing with her, the night itself a companion that guided her forward. The stars above remained bright, their ancient light casting a peaceful glow across the land, but slowly the sky began to change. A faint light appeared on the horizon, the first hint of dawn's arrival. Alicia stopped for a moment, looking up at the sky, the deep blue of night starting to fade into shades of purple and gold. She felt a sense of anticipation rising within her, a quiet energy that seemed to match the shift in the sky. The night had been her companion, her refuge. But now, the dawn was coming. It was a new chapter, a new beginning. The shift from darkness to light, from the quiet of the night to the vibrancy of the day. It was all part of the cycle, part of the rhythm that had carried her this far. And Alicia could feel herself in sync with it, moving with the flow of the world. She continued walking, the light growing stronger as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon. The warmth of the light touched her face, a soft caress that filled her with quiet joy. She spread her arms out to the sky, embracing the light, letting it fill her with its warmth, with its promise. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night, the sun always rises. There was always a new beginning, a new chance, a new day. As Alicia walked, the world seemed to shift around her. The fields that had been soft and still now came to life with the new light. Flowers began to open their petals, reaching toward the sun. Birds took flight, their songs filling the air as they circled above. The world was awakening, just as she was. Alicia walked through the field, her feet moving effortlessly across the soft earth, each step filled with purpose, but also with peace. She no longer needed to rush to get anywhere. She wasn't running away from something anymore. She was simply living, moving forward, trusting that each step would lead her where she needed to go. The world around her was full of signs, of messages, subtle whispers of encouragement, reminders that she was part of something bigger, something beautiful. The sun continued to rise, its golden light spilling over the land like liquid, bathing the earth in warmth and color. Alicia stopped for a moment, standing still in the field as the world around her woke up. She closed her eyes, letting the sun's warmth sink into her skin, letting it fill her with its energy. For so long, Alicia had been consumed by fear of the past, fear of the unknown, fear of never being enough. But now, with the dawn breaking before her, she realized that she had nothing to fear. The darkness was behind her. The house, the shadows, the storm. They were all in the past. And now, there was nothing but the future, nothing but the endless possibilities of the world ahead. She opened her eyes and looked out across the field. The sun now fully risen, casting its light over the landscape. The horizon was still vast, still unknown, but it no longer felt daunting. It felt like an invitation. The world was waiting for her to walk through it, to dance with it. It was hers to explore, to shape. Alicia took a deep breath, the fresh morning air filling her lungs, and she began to walk once more. The path ahead was still unclear, but that no longer mattered. What mattered now was that she was walking it. With each step, she was creating her own story, her own destiny. The world was her canvas, and she was the artist. As the sun rose higher, the world around her became more vivid, more alive. The flowers swayed in the breeze, the birds sang their songs, and the earth seemed to hum beneath her feet. Every moment was alive with possibility. Every step she took was a choice, an opportunity to create something new. Alicia smiled to herself, her heart light and free. She wasn't afraid anymore. She wasn't searching for answers. She had found them within herself. She had found the strength to walk forward, to embrace whatever the world had in store for her. The dawn had come, and with it, a new beginning. Alicia was ready for it. As the light of the sun poured over the land, Alicia felt its warmth wrap around her like an old friend, a quiet reassurance that she was on the right path. The world had begun to stir with life, the soft rustle of leaves, the birds' songs growing louder as the forest seemed to wake up, and the ever-present hum of nature, deep and ancient. It was as if the earth itself was alive with energy. Every tree, every blade of grass, every drop of water part of a greater, unified pulse that resonated through the air. Through her own body, she moved forward, the fields now open and expansive around her, stretching toward a horizon that seemed both distant and within reach. The path she walked was no longer defined by uncertainty, but by the steady beat of her own heart, a rhythm that had become attuned to the heartbeat of the world. She no longer felt lost. She was exactly where she was meant to be. The land around her seemed to breathe in time with her own movements, the wind whispering through the tall grass as if it was speaking directly to her. a gentle reminder that she was part of something far greater than herself. The trees in the distance swayed with the breeze, their ancient roots deeply embedded in the earth, but their branches reached toward the sky, ever growing, ever reaching. Alicia's footsteps were light, almost like a dance, as she moved further into the land, her body in sync with the energy of the earth beneath her. She had come to understand that the journey wasn't just about where she was going, but about how she moved through the world. Every step she took, every breath she inhaled, was part of the great symphony of life. And now, she was an active participant in it. The mountains she had climbed were distant now, their silhouettes barely visible against the brightening sky. They had been her challenge, her test of endurance. And now they were part of her story, a chapter that had shaped her but no longer held her in its grip. She had crossed rivers, climbed hills, and faced storms, and now, standing in the warmth of the sun, she realized she was no longer fighting against the world. She was moving with it. As the path began to wind through a grove of trees, Alicia's eyes were drawn to the stillness of the forest around her. The trunks of the trees rose tall and strong, their bark rough and ancient, etched with stories of the years they had stood in place. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a dappled light across the ground. For a moment, Alicia stood still, letting the quiet settle around her, the peace of the forest seeping into her being. She realized, in this moment of stillness, that she no longer needed to look for answers. The world had been offering them to her all along. She had simply needed to learn how to listen. The rustling of the leaves, the whisper of the wind, the songs of the birds, it was all a language she was now attuned to. The world wasn't just something to move through, it was something to be in, to be part of. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, standing there in the heart of the forest, letting the world wash over her. The steady rhythm of her heartbeat, the soft pulse of the earth beneath her, the song of the trees, it was all connected. She was part of it, and it was part of her. The house, the darkness, the past, they were all fragments of the journey that had brought her here, but they no longer defined her. She was a living, breathing being, moving through the world with purpose, with intention. She opened her eyes and smiled, a soft, knowing smile that came from deep within her. She had let go of fear. She had let go of uncertainty. She no longer needed to control the path ahead. She was walking it, one step at a time, and with each step she was finding her way. The road was still uncharted, but the uncertainty didn't feel daunting. It felt like a gift of limitless potential. The wind shifted again, the trees around her swaying with it, and Alicia felt a quiet call in her chest, a pull to move forward, to continue. It was a gentle nudge, but it was there, undeniable. She turned, letting the path guide her deeper into the forest, feeling the steady rhythm of her feet on the earth. As she walked, Alicia knew that she was not walking alone. The forest, the earth, the sky, the stars, everything was part of the same dance, and she was moving with it. She was a part of the world, and the world was a part of her. Each step she took was a note in the symphony, each breath a rhythm in the song. She had been lost, yes, but now she was found. Not because she had arrived at a destination, but because she had learned to walk with the flow of life, to listen to its quiet whispers, to move in harmony with its pulse. The horizon before her remained endless, full of possibilities. But Alicia no longer needed to know where it would lead. She had learned that the beauty of the journey was in the movement itself. She wasn't rushing to the end. She was embracing every moment, every breath, every step along the way. The path ahead was hers to walk, and she would walk it with grace, with strength, and with the knowledge that she was a part of something much larger than herself. And so, with the wind at her back, and the sun rising higher in the sky, Alicia continued her journey, knowing that no matter what lay ahead, she was ready. The world was hers to explore, and the heartbeat of life would guide her every step of the way. Alicia continued her walk, each step carrying her deeper into the forest, the trees now thickening around her, their trunks ancient and strong, like sentinels watching over the land. The light filtering through the leaves above was dappled, casting soft patterns of shadow and sun across the path in front of her. The stillness of the forest was both peaceful and invigorating, a reminder that nature was alive in ways she hadn't fully understood until now. She had always known the forest, seen it as a symbol of growth and change, but now, in the quiet of the morning, she felt the pulse of life all around her. The earth beneath her feet was solid, firm, yet filled with the energy of the world. She wasn't alone here. The forest was a living entity, full of stories and mysteries, of ancient wisdom waiting to be uncovered. The world was shifting in subtle ways, and Alicia felt herself shifting with it, growing into a version of herself she had always known was inside, but had never fully allowed to merge. Each moment spent walking through the world felt like another layer of the old her peeling away, revealing something new, something stronger, something free. She passed a small creek, its waters glinting in the soft sunlight, rippling over smooth stones as it meandered through the forest. Alicia knelt by the edge, dipping her fingers into the cool water, feeling the rush of the current against her skin. The water, clear and fresh, flowed effortlessly, constantly moving, never stagnant. She watched the water for a moment, fascinated by its fluidity, its grace, and felt a connection to it deep in her soul. Just like the water, she had learned to move forward, to let go of the past and embrace the current of life. The forest, the trees, the wind, the water. They were all part of the same cycle, the same flow, and now she too was a part of it. She didn't need to fight against the current. She could flow with it, trusting that it would carry her where she needed to go. Alicia stood up, feeling the energy of the forest pulsing through her, the connection between herself and the world around her deeper than ever before. She had come so far, from the darkness of the house to this moment of stillness and clarity. The road ahead was still unknown, but the uncertainty no longer felt like a threat. It felt like an invitation. An invitation to live fully, to experience the fullness of the world, and to embrace the beauty in the chaos. As she continued her journey through the forest, the trees began to thin again, and she stepped out into a wide-open field. The sky above was vast and endless, the sunlight now warm and comforting, bathing everything in golden light. The horizon stretched out before her, the world unfolding like a painting, full of color and life. Alicia paused at the edge of the field, taking a deep breath as she looked around. The vastness of the world was overwhelming in its beauty. The freedom of it was intoxicating. And yet, she felt no desire to rush. She had learned that there was no need to race toward an unknown destination. The journey itself was the gift. She could take her time, experience each step, and embrace the present moment. The world was full of possibilities, of adventures waiting to be had, and Alicia felt ready for whatever came next. She was not the same person who had stepped into the house all those years ago. She was not the same person who had wandered the halls in fear and confusion. She had been transformed by the darkness, by the struggles, and now she was standing in the light, fully awake, fully alive. She smiled to herself as she stepped forward into the field, the grass soft beneath her feet. Her steps were light-free, and every part of her felt in sync with the rhythm of the world. She could feel it, the pulse of life, the heartbeat of the earth, and it resonated within her, deep and steady. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, letting the breeze brush against her face, the warmth of the sun on her skin. She had come so far, and she was exactly where she needed to be. The light within her, her strength, her resilience, her ability to move forward, had always been there, but now, She could feel it with every fiber of her being. The journey had shaped her, had tested her, but it had also revealed something beautiful. She had learned to trust herself, to trust the world around her, to trust the rhythm of life. With each step forward, Alicia felt the weight of the past lifting more and more. The house was behind her, but it had left its mark on her, a scar that had healed into something stronger, something wiser. She was no longer defined by the past. She was defined by the journey, by the lessons she had learned along the way, and by the person she was becoming. The horizon was still vast, still full of unknowns, but it was no longer a place to fear. It was a place to explore, to live, to grow. And Alicia, for the first time, felt ready to embrace it all. The beauty, the uncertainty, the adventure. The path ahead was hers to create. And with each step she took, she was writing her own story. The world was waiting, and Alicia was ready to walk through it, to dance with it, to live it fully. With the light of the sun warming her skin and the wind carrying her forward, Alicia smiled and continued her walk into the unknown. The journey had only just begun, and she was finally free to live it. Alicia walked on, her steps unhurried, grounded in the present but open to the future. The sun above bathed the world in golden light, casting long shadows that stretched across the landscape. The vast horizon before her no longer felt daunting. It felt like a promise. Her journey had been long, and at times it had seemed endless. There had been darkness, struggle, fear. There had been moments when she doubted if she would ever escape the grasp of the house, if she would ever be free. But every twist in the path, every challenge, had shaped her into who she was now. Alicia had learned that life was not about the destination, not about the final end. It was about the journey itself. The choices, the moments, the lessons. The sun that rose each day, the stars that watched over her at night, the rhythm of her heart, the whisper of the wind. The world was full of endless possibilities, and she had learned to embrace them all. Without fear, without hesitation. As the day faded into dusk and the stars began to appear once more, Alicia stopped. She stood in the middle of the open field, feeling the soft breeze on her face, hearing the quiet hum of the world around her. And for the first time, there was nothing more to search for, no more need to question, no more need to find what was missing. She was whole. The journey was still ahead of her, but it no longer mattered where it would lead. She had come through darkness and emerged into the light. The world, vast and open, was now hers to walk through, to explore, to shape. She no longer needed to run. She could simply be. Alicia took a final deep breath, filling her lungs with the cool night air, and with a smile on her face, she continued forward, her heart light and free, ready for whatever the next step would bring. The journey had only just begun, and now she was ready to embrace it all.